Good morning, Mr. Clerk. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have quorum.
I call this meeting of City Council for February 26, 2026 to order and acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, the Innu and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. We'll now have the opening prayer. Please rise if you're able. We'll hear from Councillor Dobson.
As we gather here today as members of City Council, we seek to be ever mindful of opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community, keeping in mind always the enduring values of life and exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which future generations can build with confidence. We recognize that we are meeting today on Treaty 1 in Dakota Nation's territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. Let us continue to strive and make a better world.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand-Wood, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, and Wyatt.
Thank you. We have a leave of absence motion for Councillor Orlikow. Madam Clerk, would you read it into the record, please?
Moved by Councillor Gilroy, seconded by Councillor Rollins, that Councillor Orlikow be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting due to a personal matter.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. My pleasure now to introduce today's pages. Please join me in welcoming to the Chamber Kira De Castro from St. Mary's Academy, who resides in the Old Kildonan Ward, and Joanna Delonos from Murdoch McKay Collegiate, who resides in the Transcona Ward. Thank you for serving today. We'll now move into morning announcements. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you, and through you to all of my colleagues as well. Madam Speaker, this week marks the 4 years since Russia's unprovoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine. On Sunday, I joined members of our community at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights to stand in solidarity with Ukraine and with the thousands of Ukrainians who now call Manitoba home. More than 30,000 Ukrainians have arrived in our province since the war began, and Winnipeg has opened its arms. We continue to stand with Ukraine in support of sovereignty, democracy, and the fundamental right of people to determine their own future. Slava Ukraini. Since last council meeting, I traveled to Ottawa for the Big City Mayor's Caucus meetings, and we met with the Prime Minister, federal ministers, and other federal leaders, and other mayors from across Canada to advance infrastructure, public safety, and economic priorities for Winnipeg. The focus for me, on behalf of Winnipeg, was 3 key priority areas: critical growth infrastructure and progress in securing federal funding for the final phase of the North End Water Pollution Control Centre, economic opportunity, specifically defence opportunities, positioning Winnipeg to play a leading role in Canada's increased defence investment and spending, and on public safety matters, including bail reform and a nationwide strategy to combat the rise of extortion. My role as Vice Chair of the Big City Mayor's Caucus, I continue to meet regularly with mayors from across the country to discuss the challenges and the opportunities that face our municipalities and to continue to call on the federal government on issues that are shared priorities for all of us. As conversations continue about our new primary transit network, we are listening and making improvements based on rider feedback. Beginning April the 12th, we're extending our service on 10 routes until after midnight and adding buses to our busiest routes to improve reliability. Public Works will soon consider the first major route adjustment since launch. Changes shaped by rider input and the downtown Winnipeg Biz to strengthen downtown connections and make transit more dependable for Winnipeggers are all part of the plan. Yesterday, I joined Justice Minister Matt Wiebe, Mr. Kevin Brousseau, and Canada's fentanyl czar to announce Manitoba's new Organized Crime and Drug Trafficking Task Force. The initiative brings together police services, Canada Border Service Agencies, Manitoba Justice, and federal partners, including Canada's fentanyl czar, to improve information sharing, align enforcement strategies, and disrupt criminal networks operating across borders. We know it. We see it all the time that illicit drugs and organized crime are having a devastating impact on families and on neighborhoods across Winnipeg and putting increased pressure on first responders. This task force strengthens the coordinated response that we need to continue building a safer Winnipeg for everyone. And finally, next week I'll be giving my annual State of the City address, final one of this term, hosted by the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce. It's an important opportunity to reflect on the progress that we have made together, from strengthening public safety, in investing in infrastructure, to growing our economy, to building more housing, and establishing a more resilient, inclusive Winnipeg. I'll also be outlining the work that remains and the priorities that I'm focused on accomplishing in the months ahead. I look forward to sharing that message with our business community and with members of council and with the broader community as we continue the conversation about Winnipeg's future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next announcement, Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Mays.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise. I just want to give a personal thanks from my family to both the staff at the St. Boniface Hospital, but also to members of the Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service, Chief Schmidt. I had a close call on Sunday with regards to ulcers that were unknown to me, and internal bleeding. And I could tell you that, ironically, while I was in the hospital, my son then had an epileptic attack while he's on the ice. So I got to greet him coming off the hospital door. The emergency services, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, were amazing. I just want to recognize that. I also want to recognize the fact that when I called on the Sunday at around dinner time, there was not one ambulance in the city available. And apparently that's very common, more than we like to know. And or want to know. So anyway, I want to thank them, Madam Speaker, for their diligence. They're run off their feet. They're tired. I want to thank the firefighters who came, because the fire medics were the first, because there was no ambulance, to try to stabilize me, because I was able to get to a phone after I came to, after hitting the floor. And so I just want to thank them, and I appreciate all the work that they do. And I'm grateful to be here. Unfortunately for your lot, I'm still here. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Nice way into, I just wanted to welcome in the West Gallery today, we've got from the Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Seniors Officers Association here to watch us vote on the tentative collective agreement. So we have Chris Cothers and Chris Rolwigan, who I've done a ride around with one of the Chris's here, so I know how hard these guys work doing paramedic type services. So I just wanted to welcome our guests, and I guess we'll get to that vote presently.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. Councillor Duncan, will you move the minutes of the meeting held on January 29th?
So moved.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. We'll now move into delegations. First up is Mr. David Linton, Manager of Policy with the Manitoba Trucking Association, to be heard in support of item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works dated February 4th, 2026. It's the council update for the preliminary design study of the Chief Peguis Trail Extension West. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, Mayor Gillingham. My name is David Linton. I'm the Manager of Policy for Manitoba Trucking Association, and on behalf of the MTA, I'm here to state the support by the trucking industry on the recommendations by the public service in the report on this item. I would like to commend the work of the department for updating the traffic modeling and growth projections relevant to the Chief Peguis Trail extension, updating the base year for traffic data as a practice that should be conducted for all project assessments, including but not limited to the Route 90 refurbishment project. The MTA is also pleased to note that the Department of Public Works has updated its trip generation models to meet standard industry practices. As noted in the report, these revisions show a much higher estimate of the traffic traveling to and from Centreport, which is the fastest growing employment area in Winnipeg and the immediately surrounding vicinity. The MTA supports the Chief Peguis Trail extension for three important reasons. The immediate and direct improvements that the extension will provide to the flow of traffic across the north quadrant of the city, completing a regional arterial connection between the industrial areas of East Kildonan, St. Boniface, and Transcona with the industrial areas of the Northwest Winnipeg and Centerport. We support the Chief Peguis Trail extension for the benefits it will provide for goods movement, for trade, and the Winnipeg economy. We also support the Chief Peguis Trail extension for the new development that it will enable in precincts A, B, and D. Let me also point out that the Chief Peguis Trail extension will provide important transportation benefits to the developed areas of Winnipeg's northern quadrant, which for years have been built up to the edge of the Chief Peguis Trail extension right-of-way. As I have noted on other occasions, transportation is the land use that enables all other land uses. And for this reason, the importance of the extension to goods movement and the urban economy cannot be overstated. If Winnipeg is to build on its competitive advantage as a transportation hub, it must continue to invest in transportation infrastructure. And with that, I thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. We'll take questions. Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Linton, for your speech today and for your comments and for your support. I'm a member of council, unlike some members of council who actually support this project strongly. I wanted to ask you, sir, you mentioned how it connects to the different communities. And I guess, you know, it's kind of a Winnipeg thing. We tend to build things kind of piecemeal rather than kind of going in and building the whole infrastructure that really is needed at this time. And you mentioned the connection to my community. As you know, you and I had a great opportunity to meet recently, and I really appreciate that, about the fact that we have industry. We have rush hour both directions. We have heavy industry, lots of jobs, manufacturing in the east side of the city. The challenge we have is that even with the connection we're talking about building, with the section of Chief Peguis that does exist from Henderson to La Chaudière, there's still the missing section that ties right into the industry on Regent Avenue and south of that on Pandora. And that really, it wouldn't take much to finish that last leg as well. Why couldn't we simply, what do you see, I guess I'd be the question I put to you. What do you see as the obstacles in this city when it comes to building new strategic infrastructure that's needed badly?
Sorry,
Thank
did you say?
The questions and responses will come through the chair. Thank you.
You had a clarification, sir?
Clarification, did you say optional?
Oh, no, obstacles. What do you see as the obstacles? Often, you know, you identify a problem. If you can identify the obstacles or the challenges and get them out of the way, what are the obstacles or challenges we're facing when it comes to building new strategic infrastructure to make it happen timely? Since we're so behind the eight ball because we have a transportation master plan from 2011 that called for this to be built years ago, including the section in Transcona.
I would say an important obstacle is the need to make as much advanced decision-making as possible. It's been approximately 7 years since the designs for the Chief Peguis Trail extension were provided to the city. It's good that the extension was included in the 2011 Transportation Master Plan and in the current Transportation Master Plan. So continuing to work on making decisions in advance, acquiring rights of ways, and planning ahead for capital improvements. For example, in recent years, the city has adopted a 5-year capital plan instead of a 1-year capital plan. This is an important step forward to eliminating the sorts of obstacles you're talking about.
Thank you. Second question.
Yeah, thank you for the very well thoughtful, a good response. I wanted to ask you that in terms, you mentioned how, and I thought it was a good point, how often land assembly doesn't happen until the capital project is actually approved, and then we're doing the land assembly rather than doing it in advance, number one. But just to my point, one of the things that I think we touched on when we met, and I'll ask it through the question, through the chair, is that, you know, we attempted as a council to bring in what was called an impact fee. Unfortunately, it was done across the board, right? We have all this new development, right? A lot of it residential. And yet, we still as a council could bring in, rather, let's not call it an impact fee, let's call it an area charge, right, on new development, it's specific to regional infrastructure, new regional infrastructure, specific areas, so therefore it's not contrary to the court ruling, but yet we're letting the boat sail by and stuff being built without collecting a dime, when other municipalities right around the city are collecting tens of thousands of dollars a lot for that
Thank you
sort
for
of
the
thing.
question.
What are your thoughts on that, sir?
Thank you for your thoughtful question. I'll say a couple of things. The first thing relates to your earlier comment a moment ago when you used the word jobs and what are the obstacles. And I think a key obstacle is, I'll add, it's important to recognize that the entire city, the entire metropolitan area is a marketplace for jobs and for labor. And people drive or take the bus, as the case may be, to where they work, and they change jobs much more frequently than they used to. So recognizing that and the importance of transportation routes and facilitating Winnipeg as a competitive market for jobs is also really important. To your second question, the Manitoba Trucking Association does not have a position on financing for infrastructure. And although I have a lot of professional knowledge on this subject matter, I'm not here today to represent myself. I'm here to represent the Manitoba Trucking Association. And because the association does not have a position, I'm sorry that I can't give you an answer to your specific question.
Final question, please.
And as somebody who was the staff member, head of Director of Policy and Communication for the AMM before I became a councillor in 2002, I was in a policy position much like yourself. I respect your answer. In terms of my last question, are you aware, therefore, that it's fair to say that given the fiscal challenges facing the city and the fact we still live in a country where a constitution was formulated in 1867 where 80% of the people lived on gravel roads in the country without any real roads or infrastructure, and today we all live in cities with demands, and that our financing program is everything's upside down. The challenges facing the city, therefore, do you believe, is it fair to say, or would your association, fair to say, that our challenges we're facing financially are real and therefore deserve us to look at options for said financing that we're talking about?
Thank you. The response?
If you're asking me another question about the financing and funding, which are two different words, of urban public infrastructure, I will revert to my previous answer to your question. The one thing I will say, however, is that the need for infrastructure for goods movement is as historic as this entire city is. Recently, and I have it in my folder, I can show you if you like. Recently, after someone died in my family, we looked through a box of old photos and we found an original copy of the Northwester, which was a newspaper published in Winnipeg before the Winnipeg Free Press, before the Tribune. It was the very first publication. And in this remarkably intact piece of paper, which was printed on both sides, one of the most interesting things was the discussion of the river breaking up and the ability of boats to move up and down the river to carry freight into this area as it was just being developed. So the importance of Winnipeg as a hub for trade and for commerce has not changed. And this document came from 1865, which was before Confederation. Okay, so that hasn't changed. And the importance of transportation and transportation technology for goods movement still remains the same. Human nature doesn't change. Our needs to build things and to consume things do not change. So the importance of the infrastructure cannot be understated, even as here we are in 2026. So that would be my response to your question, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the delegate for his presentation, but also for just that most recent comment related to the kind of historic reality of Winnipeg being very much dependent on, built on trade. Long before the settlers came, First Nations people saw this establish this place really as a place of trade. So what is old, is new again. The question I have is, in his work, and being here today, which we appreciate, is the Manitoba Trucking Association also having conversations with federal and provincial governments about the importance of investing in trade routes, specifically the extension of Chief Peguis Trail and Route 90 as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The response?
I'm sorry, I don't hear very well, and I couldn't hear your question, sir.
Sure. My question, Madam Speaker, is the Manitoba Trucking Association having conversations with the federal and provincial governments about the importance of their investment in Chief Peguis Trail extension and Route 90?
We've certainly had discussions on trade infrastructure and highway infrastructure and road infrastructure with the province of Manitoba. We do not engage frequently with the federal government as a provincial association because, as you may be aware, there are multiple provincial associations, and the highest priorities that we've been dealing with involve other matters affecting the industry. But nonetheless, we all recognize as associations across the country the importance of transportation infrastructure and the role it serves in our economy. I could go at length on various infrastructure matters that we've discussed, certainly with the province of Manitoba, and I could also point out examples from other parts of the country where more infrastructure investment is needed.
Thank you, David. That concludes our time for questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation today. Thank you. We have another delegation in support of the same item. Mr. Clerk, that is, yes, Amy Goyer of Centreport Canada, also appearing on the same item. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amy Goyer, and I'm here on behalf of Centreport Canada to express support for moving forward with the Chief Peguis Trail extension. For context, Centreport Canada is a 20,000-acre inland port project. It started as a vision between the business community and governments and has gained significant momentum as a global trading hub with over 1,000 companies on site. What's more exciting is that the City of Winnipeg lands within Centreport are soon to see shovels in the ground thanks to investments in water and wastewater infrastructure. 1,800 new acres of development, including 1,200 acres of industrial and 500 acres of residential development, are soon to be underway. Centreport Canada exists to strengthen Winnipeg's role as a national and international trading hub. Our goal is straightforward: attract investment, enable trade, create jobs, and grow Manitoba's economy. Our success and Winnipeg's competitiveness depends on efficient and reliable trade corridors. When investors evaluate our region, their first questions are about infrastructure. Can goods and inputs move efficiently? Is the network reliable? And is there capacity for growth? With this perspective in mind, Chief Peguis Trail is not simply a road project. It is strategic economic infrastructure. Infrastructure that platforms the city, the capital region, and the province to compete for the next generation of investment. Winnipeg's central location is a strategic asset, but infrastructure is what converts that advantage into measurable economic performance. This project strengthens east-west connectivity across the north of Winnipeg. It improves access to the Perimeter Highway and Centreport Canada Way, and it reinforces Winnipeg's position within national and continental supply chains. It also advances the completion of the Winnipeg Strategic Road Network and strengthens the Inner Ring Road system. Completing this link improves traffic distribution, reduces congestion, reduces pressure on local streets, enhances safety and reliability, and provides critical redundancy in the network. Just as importantly, the extension unlocks employment lands. Large-scale industrial and logistics users require connected, development-ready land. The corridor creates opportunities for improved transit integration, active transportation connections, and coordinated residential development. Economic growth and housing growth must move together, and connectivity is what makes that possible. We know that infrastructure precedes growth. It does not follow it. At Centreport, we have seen firsthand the long-term economic benefits of investing in infrastructure and the private sector investment that follows. The first 8 years of Centreport's existence was spent laying the foundation for future growth, including the construction of infrastructure projects like the $212 million Centreport Canada Way, an expressway that now supports over 5 million vehicles a year. And in the last 8 years, we've seen over 3 million square feet of new construction initiated and $1.5 billion of private sector investment. We know that infrastructure transforms geography into opportunity. The extension also strengthens intra-provincial and interprovincial trade capacity at a time when supply chains are being reshaped and resilience is a national priority. Strategic inland trade corridors are in Canada's economic interest. Most importantly, this project sends a signal that our city is serious about trade, competitiveness, long-term economic resilience, and that we are building for growth. It is time to move this project forward and position Winnipeg, the region, and Manitoba for sustained economic success. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. We'll take questions. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I want to thank Amy for being here today for the presentation. Thank Centerport also for the recent tour that we had with the federal transport minister, Minister McKinnon, who certainly seemed very interested in the work of Centerport and the opportunity that Centerport affords. You talk about the importance of investing in Chief Peguis Trail Extension, and we've talked in the past about Route 90 as well. You didn't mention that today, but those two trade routes are key to really Centerport being optimized in its opportunity. I guess the question I would have is about one thing you mentioned. Very soon, shovels will go in the ground for companies and businesses because this council, in previous terms, has invested in servicing Centerport South, which is the Winnipeg portion of Centerport. My question is there, are you hearing already as Centerport interest in unlocking those lands? Are you hearing of companies that are looking to come to Centerport South to begin building and creating jobs?
We're seeing an incredible amount of interest in Centerport South. As you know, the development to date has mostly happened in the arm of Rosser with the water and wastewater infrastructure in place there. It's estimated the water infrastructure in Centerport South will be complete Q3 of this year, and we are starting to see several projects in the application stage to the City of Winnipeg for their projects to move forward. Centerport South is of great interest to large employers, particularly because of transit access. The arm of Rosser does not have transit access to their lands in Centerport, and so we're seeing a lot of large employers looking at Centerport South as a great option for development.
Thank you. Second question, Mr. Mayor?
And my follow-up question, my second and final question, Madam Speaker, is similar to the question I asked to Mr. Linton, is that, you have Centerport obviously is well positioned to be in conversation with federal and provincial partners. Are you raising the importance of investing in these trade routes, Chief Peguis Trail Extension and Route 90? Are you raising this with federal and provincial partners as well to call on them for their investment?
Absolutely. We're in constant dialogue with both the province and the federal government. You yourself joined us on a tour last week with the federal transportation minister, so those are relationships that we're currently building. We also meet with local area MPs to discuss investment in infrastructure. We also have a government working group with government representatives where we meet quarterly to discuss long-term strategic planning and infrastructure investments for the Inland Port Project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next set of questions, Councillor Lukes.
Thank you very much, Amy, for coming down and speaking to us about Centerport. What I find in many of my conversations is people really don't understand what Centerport's all about still, right? And the big picture is sometimes really hard for people to see how Centerport is critical to our economy from a national and international perspective. And I think you said it best, like that, and we know this, that supply chains are shifting, that movement is shifting. And I know for many years, prior to really delving into Centerport, my world was a much smaller world, thinking about transportation and movement. So I appreciate you coming down. I just wanted to clarify again what amount of private investment so far Centerport has generated. I think you said it to me.
Yeah, so we've seen about $500 million worth of infrastructure investment, so that includes Centerport Canada Way and other infrastructure, and as a result of that $500 million, we've seen over $1.5 billion of private sector investment.
And
so
that's not even in the section of the Centerport South yet.
Correct. That's in the arm of Rosser.
All right. Big picture thinking.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
The curiosity, maybe your comments address this. Could you just, and I was running around doing other things, chicken with a head cut off. Could you address what's going on regarding your rail yard work? I believe it's involving Burlington Northern, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so Centerport has, it's called the Centerport Canada Rail Park. It's a 665-acre rail park located in the arm of Rosser. So that land is being developed by a developer out of Victoria called Focus Equities.
Develop who? I can't hear you.
It's being developed by a developer called Focus Equities. They're based in Victoria. They're bringing the project to market in 3 phases. Phase 1 is almost completely sold out, and they've recently brought Phase 2 onto the market, so that 665 acres is moving quite quickly for rail-served industrial land.
And it's Burlington Northern.
The main line of CPKC runs across the top of that
I
project.
can't hear you. What?
CPKC is the main line, the main rail line that runs across the top of that project.
So it's not Burlington Northern that's going to be operating the facility?
It's not. All 3 railways will have access to the rail park through interswitching rules, but the direct access will be off the CPKC main line.
Okay, and in terms of what's going on with the Premier's task force, or what you would call that Mr. Axworthy is heading up with regarding rail line relocation, what is being involved with your group and them to, I guess, focus discussions if the Premier's task force is to be taken seriously? It would be something that I would think would have been included or part of your discussions. Have there been discussions pertaining to that?
We've had one introductory conversation with them, and we've put them in touch with the rail developer, who really is the expert of the rail connectivity to that park, for their discussions.
Thank you. Seeing no, Councillor Mays, you have a question, actually?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you for the presentation. I'll be speaking later today about a road project not dissimilar to this and unlocking new potential in precincts in the southeast part of the city. So, and I've supported this project in the past. Do we have any sense, a lot of numbers flying around, a lot of economic development numbers, is there any sense of, is some of this business that's moved from the city to Rosser, it's a tricky project because, you know, it's on the border, it's the Centerport, but do we have any idea of how much is net new and how much might just be people moving around within the province of Manitoba, or are all the numbers net new? It's not clear to me.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some companies who are either located in the, somewhere in Winnipeg where they've outgrown their facilities. They're looking for new, new inventory, so they'll move to Centerport. But we've also seen companies move from outside of Manitoba. For example, Groupe Touchette is the largest tire distributor in Canada, and they have built 200,000 square feet at Centerport, and they were a new to Manitoba company.
Thank you. That concludes questions. Thank you. No further delegations today, Mr. Clerk? No one's available online, so you'd like to suspend the rules? There's no further requests, I think. If you have something to bring forward, certainly let's hear it. Not at this time? Okay. We'll move on to reports. Okay, the reports of the Executive Policy Committee. Just give me a moment here. Reports of the Executive Policy Committee dated February 17th, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, we pull out the right matter. I introduce the report and move adoption of consent agenda items 1 through 15. I would like, though, actually, sorry, to pull item number 12, Madam Speaker. So 1 to 11, 13 to 15, Madam Speaker.
12 is the Chief Construction Officer, the role, mandate, and reporting requirements. 11, amendment to the 2025 Strategic Infrastructure Basket Funding. Same one. Councillor Emma Durant-Wood.
5 and 8, please.
5, welcoming Winnipeg policy. 8, renaming, park renaming, Wendy Baxter Memorial Scouts Park. Councillor Wyatt.
1, 2,
Okay, one is mega projects.
One, yeah.
Summary report of NUPIC. Item 2, mega capital project summary of NUPIC.
Yeah, I want to step down item number 9.
Annual report under the tax increment financing policy.
Was 10 step down?
No.
I'll step down 10.
Negotiations, Fire Paramedic Senior Officers Association.
Number 11.
That's been stood down.
Okay, has 12 been stepped down?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to
And
call the
that's-
question.
And that's it?
All in favor of item 3, 4, 6, and 7, 13 to 15?
Here, please.
3 and 4, 6 and 7, 13, 14, 15. All in favor? Contrary, carried. Madam Clerk, item 1.
Item number 1, Mega Capital Project Summary Report, NUPIC Upgrade, Headworks Facilities.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Items 1 and 2 are new to council. They are a reflection of City Council adopting the recommendations of a consultant who's done an audit, a review on really the governance of what is the largest capital project, most complicated capital project in the City of Winnipeg's history. That's the North End Water Pollution Control Center. Item number 1 is specific to Headworks, the reporting on Headworks. I want to thank our public service and water waste who have developed a dashboard for both items 1 and 2 that will be reported on regularly. These reports come to EPC and then they come to council for discussion, and they've been pulled today for us to discuss. I will note that when it comes to item number 1, which is the mega capital project specific to the Headworks facilities, the first part of the 3-phase project that is the North End plant renewal, that the costs are tracking close to planned, that the schedule continues to be aggressive, and that we will receive these monthly, and so there'll be a regular reporting, and we can see how things change and the degree to which projects progress as well. So other than that, I will leave it to councillors to have discussion, debate on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Reedy.
Well, I didn't stand it down. Maybe the person who stood it
Okay,
down.
Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to, which item are we doing first? Item 1?
That's right.
Okay, I just want to state, I thank the mayor for his comments. I understand the mayor's worked very hard on this in EPC. I don't want to take anything away from that. I just want to add comments that I've said for the record before. I'll say it again, that I truly believe that we need to do almost an independent forensic audit of engineers and what has been recommended between the city and the province, and the back and forth in terms of emails, and what as the people have agreed to what in terms of regulating the city of Winnipeg. I will remind council that this city contributes only 4 to 6% of the nutrients going into Lake Winnipeg, when the majority of the nutrients flowing into the lake coming from rural Manitoba, agriculture, are going unaddressed. Nobody wants to mention the elephant in the room, which is the farming community, which does not seems to, they can put as many hogs on the land, add 9 million hogs, which, by the way, one hog, full-size hog, produces enough waste as 30 human beings. I had to learn that because I did the Ollie West fight. I didn't want to learn that, just information, to be quite honest with you. But that's the equivalent of having approximately just under 300 million people living in southern Manitoba. And by the way, waste going in, not to treatment plants, but into lagoons, and then being released into our water system. So all of a sudden, the Winnipeg taxpayer is being hammered with rate increases, all related to, oh my goodness, we had a bolt break in the plant back in 2000 and 2001, and raw sewage spilled out. Meanwhile, it's going on every day out there. But nobody sees, there's no drama, there's no free press articles, there's no big bolt breaking in a plant. There's just release the lagoon, out it goes. But Terry Dugan, everybody jumps to the pump, and everybody has to then come down with legislation on us. Where's the legislation on the farmers? I ask you. Where's the legislation on rural Manitoba? Where's the legislation on the Americans who are also dumping into the same watershed, the same waste? They're doing a better job, by the way, than us, from what I gather. And so, Madam Speaker, we've got a long way to go here. Why we are doing this to the citizens of Winnipeg now, when they're facing out there a food crisis and proportions in terms of affordability, real wages in terms of inflation, and workers have not kept up. Taxes are going up across the board. And, Madam Speaker, people are feeling the pinch. Water and waste rates going up 300% in the last year alone. And, and those aren't my numbers. So, Madam Speaker, I just feel strongly that, I know we're full steam ahead, but I'll also add this. Let's be very clear. We have a couple options. Number one, we can cancel the contracts, by the way, Council, that we have with West St. Paul, St. Andrews, and Rosser, where we have a deal to supply them with sewer services. We can give them notice now in advance, a couple of years, get your eggs in a row, and look after your own sewage. That would create capacity, number one. Number two, we can tell the development community of this city, we're not going to keep paying for your interceptors. Now, can you imagine, your pipe breaks down going to your house, right? Let's say tomorrow, your sewer pipe. Guess what the city says? You're fixing it. You fix your sewer pipe running to your house. But no, not the developers, Madam Speaker. We pay for the interceptor going up to the developments. Massive subsidy to Qualico and Genstar and all these guys worth tens of millions of dollars. I'm saying in an election year, Madam Speaker, I challenge anybody else to do the same. And so I say to you, we've got to stop that. We've got to stop that. And we've got to say as well that they've got to contribute. We talked about roads. They should start contributing to our treatment plant. I feel good. My ulcers have been cured. They burned them out. My hemoglobin's back up. I feel great. I haven't felt like this for 60 days. Anyway, Madam Speaker, let me tell you something. I can say this, that when it comes to the challenge we're facing today, we have to, and I'll come back to it, and I really say this, and I really appreciate, again, the work the mayor's done on this, okay? And I know you've fought hard with the province to get money and the feds, and you've done an admirable job, sir, for the record. I just want to say this, that in getting them to come up to the table with money, right? And I just wish it was more stuff. Of course, you do too. But anyway, and other stuff that you can't cut a ribbon on. But anyway, I guess the challenge is, what I find frustrating is that, when I was in and I know it's anecdotal, but unfortunately, we don't always have I didn't record meetings. I'm not going to record people in a seminar downstairs. That's not what I do. And, when we had it back in the day, when they were looking at doing the environmental stuff, what was it called? The rolling out the green plan, or whatever you want to call it, organics. That's it, organics. And I said, wait a minute, and then, what are the costs? And at that time, I think it was $110 a household or more, or something like that, to build this program in a year. Now it's, I'm sure, much more. And then an administrator says, from Water and Waste, well, we understand that the province may legislate on us on this. And then I saw red. What do you mean you understand? What do you mean you understand? So you talking to them, and you're putting a bug in their ear to legislate us, and then, because we know that our engineers' plan B is over there at the province, and their plan B, those engineers are over here at the city. And they've done the same to us on the water treatment plant. I can guarantee you, councillors and Mr. Mayor, dive into the number, get independent engineers outside of this jurisdiction, probably outside of this country, to be honest with you, because they all know each other, and it's a small community, and see exactly, and get the emails, see what they said to each other. And I think we'll find something there. And I don't think we should be building. And if we get ourselves more time, we can amortize this cost, right? This is a cost that should be paid for over generations. Why are we rushing it just because developers want to build more green line development? Because we know that's the strategy right now of the city, by the way. It's public policy, it's policy of the department that they suppress infill development to allow greenfield development. They have it in writing. It's been submitted with the province. I've seen it when I was back in the private sector before this last election. So why are we doing that? Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Eady?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise. Of course, I'm in support of these reports. Madam Speaker, I understand the frustration that is being expressed by my colleague across the table over there. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to first speak to these reports. In general, this is regarding governance level reporting here. So I just want to make it clear that there's a whole bunch of smaller risks and different issues going through the various construction and of the three projects. And so what we're seeing here is the measurement of higher level risks related to these projects for the governance purpose. So I noted some people were concerned that certain risks were not expressed. Madam Speaker, for example, one of the delegations was talking about risk with concrete and that sort of thing, which is a very specific detail process in construction. And I am assured by, and I'm confident that that the people, the engineers who work for the city of Winnipeg, and Water and Waste, and even the consultants who might be brought in. We heard about how the city of Winnipeg demanded higher specs when using concrete style piping to move water throughout the city of Winnipeg. And those higher specs have led to less risk, that we don't end up with what happened necessarily in Calgary. And so, but those kind of risks are considered. The city of Winnipeg does have a lot of experience in building big projects, and some have been, there have been some issues that arose, but there's no engineer conspiracy, Madam Speaker, regarding the new plant that's being built. In the regulations and the rules that are related to it, it talks about building state-of-the-art facilities to deal with specifically at the North End Water Pollution Control Center. And, we have some experience with the South End plant already, where, it kind of went sideways in terms of design and then being able to construct, Madam Speaker. And so the city is quite aware, and Water and Waste and the people who are working under there are working towards ensuring that some of those disasters never happen again. So these reports are the general level. Project 3 is not on the table this month. It took a while. This is the first time we're reporting on it, and the dashboard and the reporting, how it's going about, was just developed. But next month we will get a report on Project 3, which is what Councillor Wyatt is referring to. And yeah, while there is no regulations necessarily on agriculture, I know that through the Red River Basin Commission and those things, I know that farmers are working on. Actually, one of the things that the former chairperson of Water, Waste and Environment used to promote was legumes. Planting legumes, which are basically types of beans and peas, which actually bring nutrients into the ground from the air. No need to use these fertilizers with phosphate, ammonia, and all that kind of stuff, because they're already, those plants are doing it. And so the earth that's there, if they rotate crops, they can do that. There are also a number of things happening in agriculture through that commission and studies where they're planting things like crimson clover or red clover. What they do too is they pull the nutrients into the ground from the air. This is what they do. And then, so you till them over the next year, and you can plant a crop in there. There's no need to use new fertilizers because the fertilizer's there, Madam Speaker. So there's a number of issues that in the province that they're dealing with for Lake Winnipeg. Although I agree with the councillor, it could be a lot more. And by the way, Madam Speaker, West St. Paul, who receives sewer services, their rates went up just as much as Winnipeggers' rates went up to pay for that sewage. So they're paying the higher prices. They're paying the higher prices in Rosser. And I'm not sure what kind of fees we charge East St. Paul, but East St. Paul sludge comes to the North End Water Pollution Control Center as well, as does the West End sludge and the South End sludge. So I'll just leave it at that. This report is quite informative. I appreciate it, and as well as the next report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eady. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, to close.
Madam Speaker, I am so tempted to read from the Save Lake Winnipeg Act again because I actually enjoy reading from it. But anyone who wants to know why we're building the plant that we're building, it's not just about replacing a 90-year-old plant. It certainly is about capacity, but it's also we're building the plant we're building specifically because the Save Lake Winnipeg Act enacted in 2011 tells us what kind of plant we have to build, how we have to treat biosolids, how we have to treat nutrients and reuse the sludge. And so that has brought us to today. I will say this, Councillor Wyatt is correct, and I'll remind us of this again. The nutrient loading to Lake Winnipeg is a problem, but the City of Winnipeg is only the source of less than 4% now, I believe it is, or certainly less than 5% of the nutrient loading. The nutrient loading comes from so many other sources. The watershed of Lake Winnipeg starts in the west at the foothills of the Rocky Mountains and goes south into South Dakota at least, goes east into Ontario. I think there's a percentage of the nutrient loading that goes into Lake Winnipeg that is atmospheric, comes out of the atmosphere, which we obviously can't control. So the City of Winnipeg is doing our part. I've said this before, I will say this today, just to manage expectations. We will build this $3 billion state-of-the-art treatment plant. There will still be green algae in Lake Winnipeg after we're done. And so I think this is important to understand because I've had conversations with Winnipeggers who blame the City of Winnipeg as seeming to be the sole reason for algae blooms in the lake. We are not. And after this project, critical project as it is to get done, the lake will still be subject to green algae blooms as well. But we're doing our part and we're leading the way, and we call on others to also participate in doing their part to save Lake Winnipeg. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll call the question on item 1. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand-Wood, Eady, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillor Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 14, nays 1.
Item 1 is carried. Madam Clerk, item 2.
Item number 2, Mega Capital Projects Summary Report, Nupik Upgrade Biosolids Facilities.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, your opportunity to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll simply say that this is a very early day. It's really the early days of Project 2. The report indicates we have spent a total of $54 million out of the $1.035 billion related to this project. So obviously a lot more information to come in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you. This was stood down by you, Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I just want to reiterate, I want to thank again the mayor. I know he's worked very hard on this file in terms of getting other government funding. I want to state that for the record up front again because I know his efforts are definitely sincere. So I want to say that in the context of what I'm probably going to say next, but, and that is this, Madam Speaker, as pointed out by the mayor. When this is all said and done, when these two projects, when this whole thing's upgraded and the billion, 3 billion, whatever it is, at the end of the day, is spent, we are still going to have combined sewers in the city discharging raw sewage into the rivers. That's a fact. and Winnipeggers are going to say, why, Madam Speaker? Why? Well, we're still going to have that, okay, for a number of years, still, faster than what we had before, thanks to Councillor Mays getting it sped up. I want to give credit where credit is due. Before, I think it was 75 years. I think we're down to, what, 25 years maybe? And so, I want to thank Councillor Mays for that. But, Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is we're still going to have raw sewage pouring into the rivers from the city, okay? Again, I'm going to say this. I appreciate Councillor Edie's, agricultural lesson about gardening. But the reality is, the farmers, whatever you say, Councillor Edie, with all due respect to you, sir, and I do have a great amount of respect for you, that the farmers are getting off scot-free, okay? Let's just say it as they're working on, they're talking about. I wish we could do that. We can't. As the mayor pointed out, we have legislation, boom. This is what we got to do, by when, boom. I don't see that on the farming community, but it's on us. I come back to it. And I hear what Councillor Edie's saying. I, too, don't want to think that there's, not nefarious, but the fact that colleagues or professional colleagues at a staff level, at the provincial level, and at the city level could be, saying, well, we really could regulate that. Would you accept regulation that? I can see that happening because that's what professionals do. They talk about those sorts of things at that level. And it's beyond us because it's kind of like, a car mechanic. You take your car to your car needs a thingamajig. Well, I don't know what a thingamajig is. I better get that thingamajig. Well, it's like an engineer. Well, you got to have this, what? Oh, I guess that's what they said, right? Nobody in the province is doing any due diligence on it to make sure that we're not, going beyond. But I can say this, okay? Two things. Attending the public inquiry, watching Mayor Cates up on the stand, I have a bit of skepticism at times what goes on, especially staff levels and senior management now. Maybe just a healthy skepticism would be good. Number two.
Madam Speaker, that's out of line. I want him to withdraw that.
It's not out of line. It's not out of line at all. It's a comment about what's going on in the province with a public inquiry.
Councillor Wyatt.
I am sorry, Madam Speaker,
Councillor
she's
Wyatt,
out of line.
I missed your comment, but please.
Why do you always have to
stick
come after me and she bullies everybody in this council chamber? I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it.
Councillor Wyatt, let's speak to, Councillor Wyatt, I'm not finished talking. Yes, please speak to the report in front of us. And I didn't hear what you said. I do acknowledge Councillor Rollins and her comments, and we do need to, well, you stopped texting me then during the meeting. Anyways, let's carry on and let's speak to the item, please. Thank you.
Right, all right, fair enough. Fair enough, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that.
Will you withdraw his comments about the administration, Madam Speaker?
I said nothing wrong. I said nothing wrong. I give an opinion which I still think is free in this country. Last time I checked. Maybe there's some people who want to take that away. Anyway, Madam Speaker, we also have a utility, I'll add, unlike every other utility in the province, not subject to the Public Utility Board when it comes to our rates. Everyone else is. Now, I know when I was Chair of Finance, Mike Ruda said, oh, we don't want that. And Mike Ruda, I have a great respect for him. He was a wonderful CFO, great guy, that fantastic guy. We argued all the time, though. We debated stuff, right? As you do at the staff level and political level, right? Behind the scenes, you have that, I call it the making of the diamond, right? That friction, fission, and it's a healthy thing. That tension is a healthy thing because they're standing up for what they believe in, and we're coming back with what we're hearing in the community, what the community is stressing, and we're trying to get things done. We have a healthy debate, like Mike and I would debate about financing, borrowing, right? We've missed the biggest borrowing, lowest interest rates cost in Canada, right now, and it's even now. Yeah, I agree. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm telling you right now that when it comes to the PUB, one of the things he said, well, we don't want that. That'll cost us $500,000 a year to go before the PUB every year to defend our rates. But if I'm looking at it from another point of view, we now have a multi-billion-dollar budget, the biggest one utility in the whole province, basically. It's up there with hydro. A monopoly, not subject to the PUB, okay? And hydro subject to it, right? All the monopolies out there are subject to MPI, but not us for some reason. And, you know, if it made us do our due diligence a bit more, because I'm sorry, I've sat on the budget working group, and I've been chair of finance, and I've been more than once on the budget working group under this mayor, under other mayors, and I can tell you that, and and I'm paying no disrespect to any member of council, but I say this, that often the utility is not overlooked, but rather we get focused in on the stuff regarding the operating, right? Regarding the budgets that are related to the services that are not tied to the water and waste rates. We focus in on that, and how do we balance that, and how do we, fund certain services that we hear about all the time, recreation, policing, fire, all that stuff, not related to the water and waste. And so it gets somewhat in the push on the budget, which there's a ton of work goes on behind the scenes, it gets somewhat shortchanged, I always felt. That was my, just my recollection and my feeling on it. I don't think anything's changed. So, I really think that lens of the PUB, and the last thing I'd like to say is this, Madam Speaker, and by the way, I was interrupted and the clock did not stop. I'd like to have my 45 seconds back. I'd like to have my 45 seconds back when I was really interrupted. Clock was not stopped.
Councillor Wyatt, there's 2 minutes left.
No, I was taking 45 seconds. I wanted my 45 seconds back.
There's an opportunity for extensions as well as you.
Well, I want it back, just to let you know. I'm putting you on the notice. I'm putting you on notice. I want my 45 seconds. Anyway, as I was saying, Madam Speaker, what I find most frustrating about the biosolids plant is that, and I know Councillor Eadie, him and I have had discussions, and again, a lot of respect for Councillor Eadie and what he's doing, and the heavy weight he's lifting on this file, and how he's speaking to it over the number last year or so, and the leadership he's given on it. So I will say this, Madam Speaker, that the biosolids plant and it hasn't changed, though Councillor Eadie does tell me that there's in Vancouver, they're now building the same one, but just because, as my mother would say, John, I want a new bike. My mother said, well, Johnny had a new bike, I want a new bike. Well, just Johnny jumped off the Richardson building. Why don't you jump off the Richardson? That was the kind of thing that I heard in my household. I don't know about you growing up. But listen, we don't need to build the Lamborghini plant that previously, other than Vancouver now building, only existed in Washington, D.C. for the biosolids. We don't need to build that. We're building it. We can bring down the price on that. And we should do that, and it's not too late. And finally, I would just like to say that the Arma Ross or Councillor Eadie, or Arma West St. Paul having raised their rates as high as us, that's nothing to be proud of or say, oh, geez, well, he tripped and fell and hit his head. I hope I do too. That makes no sense. I'm just telling you. That's my take on it. Finally, I would like to hear somebody say, why can't we cancel West St. Paul when it comes to their contract with us and St. Andrews and Rosser? Rosser, by the way, I saw their recent area charge. They're charging $53,000 an acre area charge, $3,000 going back to the city. And so just to give you an idea, that's out in their industrial park, about how we're missing the boat on that one and how they can therefore cover.
Councillor Duncan moves 45 seconds, 2 minutes? 1 minute. All in favor?
60 seconds.
Contrary? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to say that, and I'm not going to use it all, but I would say this, Madam Speaker, that, I have lots of respect for the West St. Paul, Rosser, they're hardworking municipalities, but what I'm hearing out of West St. Paul is nothing. There's a storm of brewing up there, and in those municipalities, it takes a lot less for a storm to brew than down here, but it's brewing here too, and it's the same sentiment, right? That the people are feeling really under the gun price-wise, dollar-wise, in their family budgets, and we just kind of we got to push harder on, we got to push back harder on the numbers, and we got to look at the engineers and say, sorry, you know what? We think there may be something up here. Like how hard would it be to send it off to an international separate engineering firm, get all the emails back and forth from the province and the city over the last decade and a half on this thing or more, and start to look at this? Yeah, it'll take a bit of time and money, but guess we may find some things that'll be shocking. and then we'll say, why are we regulating ourselves so fast? And we may get ourselves some time to breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a good day in the city of Winnipeg. Why is it a good day? Because we are debating progress on Project 2 of the North End plant. The late Councillor Schreier and I are both Moody Blues fans, and there's a great Moody Blues song called Never Comes the Day. And I did at times suspect we would never get to this stage where we were actually debating progress on this plant rather than debating whether we should do anything about this plant or simply keep blaming other levels of government or keep trying to delay it. So here we are. We are underway. We can debate the costs, we can debate the methodology, but it's a good day. We're actually debating progress on the biosolids project. Thanks to this mayor for making this project a priority, but also thanks to former Mayor Bowman and former Premier Stephenson. There was a major funding announcement in August of 2022. There was a quote, this project has been the City of Winnipeg's top infrastructure priority for several years, and I'm delighted that we announce it while Mayor Bowman is still in office, as we have worked for years to make this happen. That was my quote. So thanks to both the former mayor and to the former premier, we are moving forward, and the current premier has also announced, or will shortly be announcing additional funding for this. So Project 2 is well underway. It was the #1 priority identified in our end-of-decade plan that we passed in December of 2019, the infrastructure plan, then biosolids. There are a number of reasons why we need to do it: statutory, environmental, economic, and the mayor has touched on all of those. So it's to the credit of other levels of government and to the leadership of former Mayor Bowman and this mayor that we're actually underway and working forward on this. I want to thank our new CAO for scheduling a council seminar yesterday. Some mind-numbing detail and numbers and charts on these projects. I don't know that we need 14 staff in the future as we have these. I think there were 12 from the city staff and 2 from the mayor's office, but better too many than too few, I suppose. So a great deal of information being shared on the progress on this. Take from it what you will, debate as you wish, but at least we're moving forward on it. So that's the good news part of this. And Project 3 was touched on in that council seminar as well. I did not think I would be here when we would set aside $500 million in our budget for Project 3, rather than just talking notionally about it or continuing to blame the provincial and federal governments. But we have done that. We've set aside $500 million, and I would certainly hope the province and the feds come to the table. We do need to do that project again for statutory, for environmental, for economic reasons. Councillor White is right on one thing. We still will be putting diluted sewage into the rivers due to the other issue that I have championed, the combined sewer system overflows. But again, that's a separate billion-dollar initiative. We have shaved, I think at least 50 years off the estimated completion date to be home by 2045, 2048, somewhere right in there. That's being undertaken in a number of different parts of the city: St. Boniface, St. James, your ward, Madam Speaker, and Councillor Eady. So a number of projects underway there as well, hopefully with more green infrastructure. But at least we're debating how we're doing these things rather than debating whether we should be doing these things. Is there a cost? Yes. Is it on the utility bill? Yes. But that's our model. That's inevitable. Perhaps we should be in front of the PUB, but regardless, we have to do these projects, and I am pleased that we're here debating them. Whether you like the state of progress or not, at least we are moving forward for the first time in a long time on these projects, and hope to be here when we start getting Project 3 updates, because then we'll know that we're really, frankly, making a commitment both economically and to the continued health of Lake Winnipeg. So pleased to support this report today, and my thanks to the CAO for scheduling the seminar, and look forward to more of them.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to be short. In the report, the second report on the biosolid digester, and it is a process of making those biosolids more usable at the end, rather than spreading it out over just straight agricultural land, as has been the practice, Madam Speaker. One thing you will note, Madam Speaker, I believe it is in this report, because they're continuing more design work on the biosolids project 2. And please note, they use the word value engineer, the term value engineering, Madam Speaker. Value engineering is about looking at, do we really need to spend that much money for the outcoming benefit of certain components or pieces of a project, Madam Speaker? And so there is a constant look at how we can reduce the costs, and I'm hoping to hear that when it's all said and done on Project 2, it cost us slightly under $1 billion, that there would be a surplus. I'm hoping, I don't know. But through value engineering and continued design, this is a progressive design build, I believe, on Project 2, a design build. And so as they're moving along, they're analyzing things as they get down to closer to the final design, and when the construction crews get in there to start actually building, Madam Speaker. So I just wanted to point that out. One last thing, yeah, I'm an urban city councillor. Myself and actually Mayor Gillingham, Madam Speaker, are first generation off the farm. And one thing we have to understand, yes, we can, and this affects the urban population, Madam Speaker. They do need to do more to help Lake Winnipeg. However, look at the costs that we've had to do in order to make sure that our sludge and stuff is there. The cost to the farmer will be passed on. The food prices in this city are already going up crazy, Madam Speaker. So when the province analyzes and looks at agriculture and looks at these different things, these are the kind of factors that come in, and you say, well, does the farmer who's just trying to make a living, Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that, they're taking care of it, but we also don't want to see a situation where there's a skyrocketing price in our food prices, in the food that we eat. And actually, I think that more of our agricultural goods that are produced in this province of Manitoba, more of it should be sold in Winnipeg. And it's about food security too. If any disaster ever happens, we need to ensure that that food supply is available to Winnipeggers, all Manitobans, Madam Speaker. So I just want to, everything is connected. All these different systems, they all have an effect, and we need to be conscious of that. But on Project 2 here, I'm confident we've got a good report, and they are looking at the best cost benefit, or whatever you want, value engineering, Madam Speaker, to ensure that our water bill payers, who pay both the water and the sewage rates, get the best for the dollars that they're spending. And this is about the future of Winnipeg and even those municipalities around us. It's very important that Winnipeg continue to be good to the environment, as well as try to do our best to keep the costs down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. Seeing no further speakers, Mr. Mayor, to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll close simply with two comments. I want to thank Councillor Eadie for highlighting the fact that in this and all other projects related to the North End plant, our staff is doing value engineered work, trying to control costs so we can deliver the project that is needed in a way that is the most cost efficient for ratepayers. Second comment, I want to thank Councillor Mays for raising this. I had it as a note. To express sincere appreciation and thanks to the federal and provincial governments for their partnerships and financial investment on phases 1 and 2. We continue to work together, calling on them to invest in phase 3 as well. But we do acknowledge and thank them for their partnership in the first 2 phases of this project. And finally, I want to acknowledge previous council and previous Mayor Bowman, and this council as well, especially this council, for having the courage to stand behind decisions, budgetary decisions, to invest in the 3rd phase of the North End plant. Our $500 million commitment to the capital of phase 3 is monumental, was monumental. That was just passed in our last budget. So that was, I believe, certainly a necessary, but it was a courageous decision by all councillors who supported the budget, and I want to acknowledge that and thank them once again. You can call the question, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. That was called already. Next item. Thank you. Next item, item 5, Madam Clerk.
Item number 5, welcoming Winnipeg policy review.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This item came to EPC as a request. It's before us as a request for an extension of up to 60 days. I'm not pleased with that. I want this report. This report should be to us by now. The head of IRD, though, the Indigenous Relations Division, did indicate that there's been staff turnover within his department, which has really slowed the progress of this report. I'm looking forward to getting this as soon as we can get it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Emma Durant-Wood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to make a few comments about the welcoming Winnipeg policy and how important I believe it is that we get things back on track with this policy. I took the time to watch all the delegations and discussions at Council in March of last year when the decision was being made to put things on pause. And I watched the discussion at EPC earlier this month. These discussions underline how essential it is that we work towards a system that supports the intention behind the welcoming Winnipeg policy while respecting the time and knowledge of the committee members. We have a long history of erasing, excluding, silencing Indigenous cultures, perspectives, contributions and languages, and I believe we really need to work towards making them more visible. The folks who spoke in delegation talked about how important it is to be building relationships, and we all know that healthy relationships take time, they take care, and they take intention. So although this policy review has taken longer than anyone wanted, I think it's important not to rush it, recognizing the challenges that the IRD is having. I do support the request for extension, and I look forward to seeing the report. And just briefly, because we have 2 items further along the agenda today that are requests for renamings that waive the welcoming Winnipeg policy, I wanted to sort of proactively share my intention to be recorded in opposition to them, not because the persons proposed to be honored are not worthy, but because I believe the welcoming Winnipeg policy is an essential part of our reconciliation efforts, and we really need to have clarity and a path forward before we proceed with more namings and renamings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, Councillor Durant-Wood in her brief time here has been very consistent on this issue, so kudos to her for that. I don't necessarily agree on some of it, but in terms of still naming things for individuals, but I admire the consistency. The current system has certainly slowed to a halt at this stage, and we can't be waiting 3-4 years, 3 years in some cases recently to move applications forward. It's not fair to the people. And then to have somebody jump in and say, well, we're going to waive it for this person and the other person's been waiting 3 years. It's just, we need to revise this system. I will say, however, there have been some criticisms, claims that nothing was ever accomplished. And I just want to point out at least 2 examples where that isn't the case. Councillor Allard shepherded through a renaming of Papoose Park in his ward, and coming soon, I think in the end of March, we'll be dedicating, I think hopefully Councillor Allard will join me because there's a park very near the boundary of our 2 wards that we're calling Tunga Sugat Park, an Inuit term meaning to welcome. That was put forward, that made it through the whole screening process, that got approved. It was actually kind of a triumph of the policy. So Look forward to dedicating that park in about a month's time, and hopefully with Councillor Allard. So there has certainly been some flaws we need to revamp, and the policy was never meant simply for indigeneity, and I know Councillor Lukes has put forward names of members of the Nigerian community who should not be excluded. Yeah, so a balancing act here for sure, but I did just want to say it isn't that nothing got accomplished. Certainly the system is stalled out now and we need to change it, but there have been a couple of successes, I think, under this policy. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just want to rise. I just want to add similar comments to Councillor Mays' comments to say that as the Councillor for Transcona, though it did not go through Welcoming Winnipeg, I think the intent was clear. If you look at the motion by East Gillow and Transcona Community Committee and what was supported at EPC, including the support of the public service of the City of Winnipeg, we did name a large 20+ acre park, Mother Earth Nature Park, with an Indigenous theme, whereby the walking system trail is actually in the shape of an Indigenous turtle, and with planting being with that of the school children coming up, of the junior highs in the community. And the matter of fact, the two front flippers are to the heads of two wolves. One is an outdoor, they're both off-leash dog parks, one for small dogs, one for big dogs, to build in the theme and to understand an education, reconciliation, right, to build that into our community. And that's a step, something I'm very proud of that led in this term. And I would also like to add, we as a city, to further what Councillor Mays has said, we did make the huge step of renaming, Bishop Grandin Aboriginal Mickina, which was massive. I think the intent of this council has been very good. And I just want to say, Madam Speaker, that I'm like the councillor. I am actively awaiting the report. I've been holding back. I have 3 or 4 parks in nude areas that I'd like to refer to them for the purpose of getting Indigenous names. And I purposely have not assigned new names. There's one individual, I have about 5. One individual, believe it or not, she's a Métis descent. She passed away. She served as a school division trustee, Marilyn Lamoureux, an amazing public servant who served for a number of years on the school division and is a direct descendant of Louis Riel. And we lost her way too soon. That's a name that I'm bringing forward working with the family. But there's 4 other parks we're looking at for Indigenous names, if you don't consider Maryland as Indigenous, which some folks would argue, but Métis it partly is. So I want to say that, and I just want to say in terms of, I realize and I appreciate the councillor mentioning about the report coming up that she stepped off the agenda, Wendy Baxter. I want to say, Wendy, somebody we lost a year ago, Christmas Day, almost 40 years, giving her life to the Scout movement. The park is already named Scout Park, and they're wanting it Wendy Baxter Memorial Scout Park. So I just want to put that in context of that, what we're doing there, and that is a request that's come from the community. She was an amazing woman, and she just laid down on the couch, didn't wake up, and we lost her way too soon. So I just want to put that on the record, and I just want to say thank you, EPC, for supporting that request. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker. Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, to close.
You can call the question, Madam Speaker.
Call the question on item 5. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Madam Clerk, item 8.
Item number 8, park renaming, Wendy Baxter Memorial Scouts Park.
Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
I'll wait to hear from others, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Durant-Wood.
Yeah, just I guess to follow up on what we've just been talking about, my opposition to this is not about Wendy herself. It's not about the person. It's not about the proposal. It's really about the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to close.
You can call the question, Madam Speaker.
Call the question on item 8. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Lukes, Mays, Santos, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Okay, those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Durand-Wood, Gilroy, and Rollins.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 12, nays 3.
Item 8 passes. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 9, annual report under the tax increment financing policy.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Public Service, Interim Deputy CEO Matt Dryberg, for this report. It's a good report. I want to maybe remind us of the context, though, of the tax increment financing. We know that at the City of Winnipeg, our primary source of revenue is property taxes. An antiquated system that was established well over 100 years ago. We still rely upon property taxes as our main source of income to deliver the services the citizens of Winnipeg expect us to deliver, and that we are obligated under legislation to deliver. So when we make an intentional, a careful and thoughtful decision to, in essence, I'll use the word give up for a time, some of those property taxes, it's not a small thing. It's a decision that we make thoughtfully, carefully, and it's one of the ways that though we don't get growth revenue, though we don't get direct revenue from the development and the growth of the economy, it's one of the ways that we participate in economic development in the City of Winnipeg. It's one of our costs to see the economy grow. And that's certainly borne out just even in the executive summary. From 2022 to 2025, 37 tax increment financing grants were approved. The grants totaled almost $80 million, $79.7 million, almost exclusively to housing-related projects. But what they have done is that $80 million, those 37 TIF grants, have leveraged almost $2 billion in capital investment, most of it from the private sector. The result, 3,100 new housing units, including 1,550 affordable units. So just to set that context again, is that this is not just another report. Tax increment financing is not just a tool that we use at every whim. We have to be thoughtful and strategic about it. We do have rules around the tax increment financing, where tax increment financing can be applied. But I would just remind us once again that we do it thoughtfully, and we do it to leverage private sector investment, and among other things, to see housing built at a time when we need housing built. So I'm glad to see this report, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Wyatt, you stood down item 9.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, everything the mayor said is absolutely 100% correct. I think, and I've been a strong advocate of tax increment financing with Chair Downtown Development. We rolled out working with Dave Stanton at the time, who was a brilliant young guy who was heading up our housing division at the time. Mixed-use, mobile family housing grant program targeted in the downtown, one targeted downtown, one targeted in strategic parts around the city using biz zone boundaries. To basically, the whole concept was, stealing a page out of Joe Clark's line, Canada is a community of communities. Winnipeg is a city of cities. Our community of communities. We have 13 downtowns, you could say, or up to that around the city, and creating those clusters, which actually are interesting because, that's kind of where the planning department is. I like to talk about it in terms of like downtown Transcona. You've got old downtown St. James. You've got, even St. Vital, right? And that you create that densities we wanted to create, and we use that tax increment financing at the time to create a program. It'd be great to bring that back. It's already been written, by the way, Mr. Mayor. It's very easy to dust off. And so just in terms of new numbers, because that's going back to, I think, that some years now. But I would say this, the only thing I would say that raises a concern in the report, and why I stepped it down, is regarding the Hudson's Bay building and the project there. That project is a project that predates my time here on council. Council voted back in, I want to say, based on my research, 2022, prior to the election, to endorse this project, up to $10 million of tax increment financing grants, which is combined with future taxes based on the incremental increase, and any kind of fees or charges related to permits, right, being granted back to the Southern Chiefs organization who are leading this project. Very worthy project. I think it's very supportive. The council at the time, I think, had strong support behind it at that time. If you recall, councillors and Mr. Mayor, not long ago, Madam Speaker, we had Chief Daniels here speaking to it. You know, and at that time, I asked him how soon it would be rolling out. He gave a date. The date has now moved. And from the latest that we've read, the organization that's leading the project just recently lost their CEO in the last 30 months. Not much detail about that. And the project has gone, in the last year, we now know, the project's gone from 130 million to 310 million. 92 million, by the way, provincial, federal money, about 92, I think 92 million. Cash, federal, that's gonna go to it. $40 million in provincial loans, $10 million from us. Now, put that in comparison, the Winnipeg Police Headquarters, right? Went from, what was it, 105 to 255 or something? You know, similar, very similar, but nobody's calling for a forensic audit. Nobody's calling for audits. And yet, all these numbers started to move last spring before really shovels go right in the ground even. And the other concern I put a red flag up is that what I'm hearing on the street, that the numbers are moving again, and we haven't heard the latest. So, and that's hearsay, I realize that, Madam Speaker, but I'm just pointing it out that there's a double standard here, that we got public money on the line here, we shouldn't be issuing $1 until we know what's going on with that project. Not $1, and the province and the feds, by the way, are the ones who should be actually stepping up, right? And doing their due diligence, because this is their bailiwick. They gave it for $1. Lloyd Axworthy and the University of Winnipeg wanted to take it over, build housing, and $1. I believe, Madam Speaker, is a great project, but there has to be the same accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to close.
You can call a question, Madam Speaker.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 10, negotiations, City of Winnipeg and the Winnipeg Fire Paramedics Senior Officers Association.
You, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to introduce a report by thanking the Winnipeg Fire Paramedics Senior Officers. The group does just a remarkable job at a time when the calls to frontline emergency services continue to rise. We have our folks who are on the front line doing outstanding work, but it takes the senior officers within the fire paramedic service to continue to make sure that those frontline workers are resourced, supported, strategically allocated. So I want to thank the men and women of our senior fire paramedic officers who do great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Item 10. Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Mays. Item 10. Okay, no further speakers? Okay, Mr. Mayor, do you wish to close? It was item 10 that was stood down.
You can call the question, Madam Speaker. I know there was a call for a recorded vote.
Okay. All right, thank you. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand-Wood, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 15, nays 0.
Thank you. The vote was unanimous. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 12, Chief Construction Officer, role, mandate, and reporting requirement. Oh, sorry. Item number 11, amendment to the 2025 Strategic Infrastructure Basket Funding Allocation.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll wait to, I know I'll hear from other colleagues on this matter as well. I want to reiterate that our staff, our public servants, have ongoing discussions with the province of Manitoba. I know specific to the 2025 budget, the capital budget, and the allocation of the strategic infrastructure basket that our staff had begun conversations with their counterparts of the province back in, by late 24 for sure. So I think it's been said before, I think all around this table are concerned, somewhat frustrated that the province made an allocation change late in late in 2025, pretty much at the end of the year. So I can tell you that politically, we've had conversations about making sure. I had a good chance to speak with Minister Simard about a mutual commitment to make sure that the conversations for 26 and all future years when it comes to the strategic infrastructure basket are clear and happen early in the year so that we all can be on the same page. I want to express my appreciation for the work of our staff, but we do need to make sure that if the province has intentions and designs on the city's allocation of the strategic infrastructure basket, that we know that early. I can tell you also, because I've done it personally myself, is the province of Manitoba does have our budget books, our preliminary budget books, and certainly copies of our adopted budget books. I know that because in previous years, I've literally hand-delivered them to the minister myself, so that they know not only our current capital year, but as we pass a capital year plus 5 years of forecast. That's all contained within the book, and within that capital book is the notional intentional, the notional allocations, the city's intention as to how we would allocate a strategic infrastructure basket in future years as well. So we're kind of doubling down on the communication with the province to prevent this from happening again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker, Councillor Rollins, followed by Councillor Lukes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The proposed amendments to the 2025 capital budget, Madam Speaker, reducing the road safety improvement program by $2.5 million and the spray pad investment program, again, by $2.5 million and more, to reconcile the revised strategic infrastructure basket allocation raises significant concerns about both process and priorities of the council and the confidence that the legislature likely has in our ability to allocate funds. At issue is not only the dollar amount, it's how and why the decisions were made and what administration owes when we go back into a budget that has already been passed, negotiated. What is owed to council in terms of proactive disclosure information, what was being determined and looked at as options, and why? The reallocations were introduced, Madam Speaker, as you know, to the media on the agenda without consult with council, without consult or opportunities for the affected communities or advisory bodies or daycares or more to be properly engaged. Madam Speaker, I'm concerned, as you know, with that utter lack of council engagement in budget generally, but the position that capital budget decisions of this scale, particularly those that impact neighborhood safety, recreations, don't require further engagement with council is really problematic. So instead, they're presented as administrative adjustments despite having real material impacts that aren't known. So the question for the mover in this case, Madam Speaker, as you know, is Mr. Mayor, is whether or not he is prepared to direct the CAO and CFO to advise local councillors who voted and secured these funds through the budgetary process to advise them properly on the impacts in their wards and to advise them, for instance, opposite road safety, what projects were just scrapped. Not through the media, not through a press release, but in an email and a proper telephone call. So that's one, Madam Speaker. The other question that I have for the mover is despite, what likely was discussions with Minister Simard, was whether or not there's any indication that the mover sees this as a pattern, that the province is going to have to intervene if, one, we don't harmonize our budget cycles with the provincial government, and number two, whether things like transit and the equity-deserving groups that are being told right now that they should just go to the primary transit network because it's so great, are being told right now that they may lose their Transit Plus, whether or not that he sees that in next budget, the province will want to intervene, because it's unclear to me as a councillor whether or not equity-deserving groups will be able to access any transit in this city. So budget stewardship requires foresight, Madam Speaker. The reactive rebalancing without engagement to this council, I think it's fair to say it calls into question what the level of engagement is provincially, but it undermines the confidence in Executive Policy Committee's ability for long-term capital planning. When you move to reduce community safety, when you move to reduce recreation projects, and, you know, when you move to not provide information on what other capital deferrals could have been made, failed to be transparent on the reprioritization through public reporting, for instance, as one option, then budget confidence wanes, Madam Speaker. So I have a few questions in there for the mover that, you know, up to him whether or not, Madam Speaker, of course, he answers them. But in investments that directly affect public safety, directly affects neighborhoods, should be answered. One can understand how this came to be, but I, for one, Madam Speaker, think there's going to be more, given the state of management around here.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you. I did have a lot of questions sent to me regarding the cut in the road safety budget. So I'm going to speak to this sort of as a whole, but, and this is an email that I'm sending out to people. So I think we all know a budget represents council's priorities. I think we're all aware that the province provides the city's strategic infrastructure basket funding to allocate as council sees fit, or so we're told. But I also think everyone understands that the province basically, through legislation, oversees the city activities. So in December 2024, council passed the 2025 budget. In December of 2025, 13 months after we passed the 2025 budget, the City of Winnipeg receives notice from the province of Manitoba of the projects they want to fund for 2026. The province directed the city to reallocate funding from council-approved 2025 priorities. $2.5 million from the spray pad reinvestment program. And in the report, you'll see that $2.5 million, clearly you'll see it in the report, that the spray pad post for Riverview Community Center will be removed from the program entirely, as the funding forecasted in 2031 is not sufficient to deliver 2 spray pads. The spray pad can be considered in future for your budget process. From the road safety program, and I want to, just clarify, the road safety program is a program that doesn't specifically lay out projects in the budget book. The department works around what other things are happening. So $2.5 million was funded for the entire 25 program, but that is where the province wanted to not fund because it was strategic infrastructure basket funding. So this 2.5 removal will in effect cancel the entire 2025 program, and expenditures incurred on 2025 rail works will be charged to the 2026 program. Rail lines have a higher priority, or the federal government matches the money that the city puts in. So the projects canceled will be reviewed and perhaps be reprioritized. So at the Public Works Committee meeting next week, I've asked the department to come forward and give us a verbal update. But because it's a program, they're still working on figuring out which things will be essentially canceled and reprioritized. For the Waverly West Fire Station, the $500,000 that was cut will receive reallocation from unspent funds from the St. Boniface Industrial Area and Windsor Park Station and the Canada Community Building Fund Reserve. Now, the province has to reallocate their funding to their priorities, Assiniboine Park Conservancy Animal Health Care and the St. Boniface Museum Roof Restoration Project. I do want to note, these weren't council's priorities in 2024, 2025, or 2026. They're the province's priorities that we are now funding. I also want to note, just note that the province request for this occurred 13 months after, I don't know what they're doing, I guess they're very busy, but it occurred 13 months after we approved the 2025 budget. Now, I did have people say to me, well, can't you just find the money for this? Well, if anyone that follows the city budgeting process, they know we don't have 5.5 million just sitting in a fund available to use. The report clearly states that the city did look at external debt funding to cover it, but that would trigger annual debt and financing charges estimated at $767,000. 767,000. So, I mean, I think it's very sad. I fought to have the road safety program put in, to have the program put in, to have staff put in, budget funding put in for the future. But this is the nature of the beast of, you know, the province oversees municipalities, and ultimately they have a ability to do this. So for people that are wanting to make little video clips and scream and yell about this, which I see a lot out there, fine, understand the facts, and if you really want to make video clips of the directive that came down from the province, because our budget was already baked, the cake was in the oven, we can't take the ingredients out, if we take them out, we can't reallocate. So it's frustrating, it's very sad.
Thank you, Councillor Lukes. Next speaker, Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Mays.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to my other two colleagues who already spoke, got into a lot of the detail. Thank you, Councillor Lukes. So I'm just going to focus in on repercussions. I mean, we present this stuff quite early to the province, and, you know, they seem to actually... The province seems to get out tendering for their construction projects sooner than the City of Winnipeg does, but when it comes to evaluating our City Council, I would call them more recommended capital projects under this program, you know, there's a lot of room for improvement. But I want to talk about the effect. Now, thank goodness, Madam Speaker, at first, I thought that the funding would have been lost. You know, the funding was found for the McKell-Jean Park / Norquay Community Center renovation of an existing spray pad in a high poverty area. And, you know, it's a required renovation, and that will work will continue, thank goodness. I don't think my colleague Bernadette Smith in Point Douglas would appreciate the outcome of what would have happened had that renovation not been going forward in the timely fashion that it is being proposed, Madam Speaker. So we all know that we, in the budget process, some will say it's unfair or whatever, but through the budget, four-year budget and the budget process that we have, Madam Speaker, we work out plans, we work out how we can pay for things in, for example, that spray pad, wading pool rationalization plan. And there's a lot of back and forth internally between councillors and so on to come up with a plan. And I don't think that, you know, the province's decision here, you know, acknowledges, I don't think they really realize, Madam Speaker, how difficult the city budget processing is when you have 15 separate members. This is not one political party's budget aspect versus another political party, Madam Speaker. We have 16 political parties at this table, and we're all trying to represent our residents. The mayor trying to represent all of the city of Winnipeg, and also does the intergovernmental affairs. So I'm not going to be overly critical because, you know, this program is essential to the city of Winnipeg, and I understand that it's provincial money that's being put out, and, you know, they're going to have the final say on what projects get funded or don't. But that kind of process does not appreciate the work that we do to try to serve our citizens. And so I want to talk about the Beryl Watts Park spray pad and park renewal, which is adjacent to and provides service for the youth that participate at the Vince Lee Community Center, who also have some infrastructure improvements they'd like to make. And usually that demand will come on, doesn't come under our general budget. Usually that kind of project is going towards councillor associated decisions. But the Beryl Watts, so there's money in the program. Now it's being delayed for 1 year. I want to explain, this is how the people of my ward are being affected. We had a bunch of grade, was it 3 or 4 students who went out, Madam Speaker, in your ward, in the Templeton Sinclair neighborhood, and in the Margaret Park neighborhood, with a petition to get a spray pad. These kids, you know, they're kids. They thought, well, it's there. It should be built and done the next year. Now, those kids who did that petition, which was happening during the 2022 election, or was supplied just before the election, to the councillor. And I was always working towards trying to get a spray pad to serve both those neighborhoods, because they're attached through Templeton coming through. And they're graduating this year. Now, the actual final design and everything was to be completed this year, and the building and renewal of that park the following year. Well, now it's delayed another year. The kids are not going to see it. They're graduating. They're going to be going to a high school or another middle school that's not around the neighborhood. And, you know, this is the effect. Those kids are disappointed, very disappointed. It's hard to arrange money. The public needs to understand that, to serve our communities and our neighborhoods. And I just thought that I would, you know, speak out to that. And the provincial MLAs, they actually represent these same areas, Madam Speaker. Same areas. Now, I do understand that the province has a huge financial problem, huge deficit. We, of course, can't run deficits, so we're not spending any money that we don't have. So, and borrowing, as Councillor Lukes referred to, that's just not tenable for these kind of projects. So I do understand, you know, that they had to utilize their half because we found elsewhere in the budget to supply for the, lack of a better word, veterinarians kind of hospital or whatever, investments there to make sure that the animals at the zoo that we all appreciate, our young ones and everybody does appreciate that, that they had to utilize the strategic infrastructure grants that come to the city. I mean, we did find our portion elsewhere to put into that project. So it's sad that things got moved around, and I just wanted to publicly say what effect that will have on the people who live, the kids who live in the Margaret Park and Templeton Sinclair neighborhoods.
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Couple of things on this. I understand the need. I mean, it is late in the game from the province, so some changes had to be made. There's a splash pad slated for my ward. Well, firstly, kudos to Councillor Duncan, who was the one who came up with this spray pad investment program in the multi-year budget. We talked about it for years, and no one had ever been able to quite stitch it together. So that was quite an achievement to get this thing through the budget. The one in my ward's being delayed a year. I can't argue with that. I'm pleased to be getting one. It's in a high-needs area. There aren't any being decommissioned in my ward because there aren't any in my ward. There's only one waiting pool in the entire ward right now. So if you decommission that, you'd have 0. So I think that's fair to delay that one by a year. I do, however, have sympathy for Councillor Rowlands on this, and I'll probably wait to see how she's voting on this, because there's just a bunch of stuff's getting delayed a year, some stuff isn't getting delayed, and we're just going to eliminate the one in Riverview altogether, and I don't really see a case for that. Is it because Ben Carr managed to get $1 million for Riverview from the federal budget for some other stuff? I don't know. One might even understand that, but none of that's being presented here. So I think I would be frustrated if this major project in my ward was being unilaterally canceled, and not delayed. So, and I appreciate there's a time frame on the budget, but this does seem to be a little unilateral. There's Councillor Duncan back to hear me praise him some more. So I do have issues with that. I actually don't have issues with, I'm pleased to see as giving some more support to the St. Boniface Museum. I don't know if that's MLA Loisel, if that's our former colleague, counterpart Shelley Glover or Dan Vandal, who've been involved in that capital campaign, but I think that's fair enough. That's a pretty important project. I don't begrudge funding some of that. So yeah, obviously it's a balancing act. If the province, after all these months, made this decision, something had to give here. I don't really have any issues with EPC's choices, other than I do think there needs to be a better explanation here of why the Riverview is the one getting canceled, and some of these other ones are just getting delayed. I'm okay with delaying the one in my ward by a year. Certainly, as Councillor Udis pointed out, some of the other ones are getting delayed. This isn't a high needs identified part of my ward, but so I understand the challenges facing EPC on this, but I'll wait to see how Councillor Rowlands is voting, because I know I would be feeling singled out if the one in my ward was the only one being canceled.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that, if we were in the last council that had Mayor Bowman, we would have heard councillors saying stuff about strong mayor model, about transparency, and we're not hearing this now, Madam Speaker. And I think that the issue is there are councillors around the table that aren't part of these discussions. There was no council seminar, and they weren't part of really important discussions. We understand that there was a decision made from the province, and that impacts us, and decisions have to be made. But please, at least, include all members of council. And I think that is the concern. We are seeing more and more reports that are now going to EPC, that aren't going through committees, and it doesn't allow us the ability to ask the questions at committees, at council seminars, and having that really good discussion. So, Madam Speaker, I think for me, that's more the issue, and I don't have anything on the docket here that's going to be impacted, other than I have really a lot of road safety issues in my ward, Madam Speaker. But I think that what the concern for me is the lack of discussion, and that all members of council weren't there to be part of those discussions. And that's what I want to bring forward, Madam Speaker.
Next is Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Durant-Wood.
I don't know what the big deal is about this report, Madam Speaker. It's kind of like inside the ballpark stuff. I agree with Councillor Lukes. And, frankly, I'm grateful that the province is funding certain things. I guess the other thing I'd be concerned about, if there's anything on this to report, which really there isn't to be concerned about, but if there's anything to be concerned about, it would be the fact that APC, I think, has been mentioned here. And if I recall right, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the institutional knowledge, that when they brought forward their report to create the Assiniboine Park Conservancy, that the report recommended that they were going to be financially independent. They were going to have balanced budget, like us, operating, and that they would not be constantly coming to us on an operating grant. And that there was a deadline, and there was actually a time frame on that. And it was tied, by the way, to mass investments in the park and new infrastructure, which we have upheld as a council. But yet, we're still subsidizing their operations. And not to mention the operating, the capital as well. The capital's up there too. I think the operating is about 4.6 million. I think capital's around 5. Maybe I'm a little bit off. But I had the honor of sitting on that board of directors because Councillor Fielding had enough. He said, and then Councillor Havasbeck had enough. Said, you go on it. And so I went on the committee, and I got to know Mr. Richardson, a great guy. I understand he's not well. I give him all the best to the family. And I just want to say, Madam Speaker, you know, he would challenge me in the meeting. Well, what's the city doing about this? And I would say, well, with all due respect, Mr. Richardson, you do have the mayor's cell phone. You can give him a call right now. But, you know, and we became friends through that, actually. It was kind of neat. And so, you know, I would say this, Madam Speaker, that that would be the only concern I'd have in terms of the ongoing subsidy of the park when they said it, that they were going to be looking after their, but this is a capital item, of course. And the province says it's a priority. So, you know, I know one thing for sure, when I bring guests in from out of town, or when friends come in from out of town, one of the places we always go to is to see the bears, you know, and first thing in the morning at the zoo, and it's amazing. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Emma Durant-Wood, followed by Councillor Berwadi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I understand that this was an instance of strings being attached to money from the province and that their priorities and plans were revealed very late in the game, after much staff time was spent planning road safety initiatives and the implementation of the wading pool closures and splash pad openings. And it's very disappointing that the province would choose to cut such a relatively small amount of money that would have a huge impact on making our city safer and more livable. But I really take exception to the rationale in the report that states we just couldn't borrow $5.52 million because we're out of debt capacity. On one hand, we have a Winnipeg Road Safety Strategic Action Plan and spray pad investment strategy in hand, which depend on a relatively small amount of funding to deliver outcomes and improve the state of our existing transportation and existing recreation infrastructure. And on the other hand, we're spending our reserves to support a pair of mega projects, the Route 90 widening and Chief Peguis extension, that we can only achieve by borrowing hundreds of millions of dollars, and only if we have the support of other orders of government, and will result in decades and decades of debt servicing that will, without question, have an impact on what services we can deliver and how much tax we need to collect. I think that's a fair question to ask. If we think that debt servicing on $5 million is untenable, just wait for the debt servicing on hundreds of millions for Route 90 and Chief Peguis. So on those principles, it's hard for me to support this plan. That said, we can't wait for a year to work on road safety, and I look forward to working with my council colleagues and the public service to find other ways to improve road safety in the meantime, starting with what I hope is wholehearted support from my council colleagues for working towards a reduced residential speed limit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Berwadi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be fairly brief here. I want to start, first of all, by saying thank you to the province of Manitoba for providing us with consistent strategic infrastructure basket funding. It'd be nice if it was indexed to inflation or some type of escalator, but it's not, so that should be put on the record. But yeah, again, last year, the timing of getting the sign off on it was utterly frustrating. Again, we tabled the budget in December of 24. We passed the budget in January of 25. We didn't hear from them until December about these changes. You know, again, why they couldn't have perhaps made those changes to the 26 allocation. Anyways, it is what it is. Again, just in terms of process, it is worth pointing out that the charter, which also comes from the province of Manitoba, specifies that EPC presents a budget. In this case, this is a revised budget, a revision to the budget that, again, came from EPC. Ultimately, though, it is council that has to approve that, and that's exactly what's coming forward here to us today. So again, thank you for your consideration. It's not ideal, but this is what's before us.
Seeing no further speakers, Mr. Mayor, to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Councillor Brawadi just said here is I think which is good. We've been discussing or debating this for at least half an hour, maybe longer, which is good. Every councillor has had the opportunity to speak to what is proposed here. Every councillor will have the opportunity to say yay or nay to what is being proposed. And so this is what's before us, and I invite you to call the question, Madam Speaker.
All in favor? All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Lukes, Santos, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillor Duran-Wood, Gilroy, Mays, and Rollins.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 11, nays 4.
Item 2 passes. Item 12, pardon me, passes. Pardon me. Madam Clerk?
Item number 12, Chief Construction Officer, role, mandate, and reporting requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Really glad to have this report before us and get council's, I hope, unanimous support on this matter. The Chief Construction Officer is a new position. In fact, to our knowledge still, we're the only municipality, the first municipality, I should say, in all of Canada to implement such a position. Glad to see Mr. Tom Sparrow is in place. I want to thank, it was many months ago, so I certainly want to thank Councillor Mays and others who were on, I think Councillor Dobson as well, I believe the late Councillor Schreier was on that. And who was the other one, Councillor Mays? Sorry, is this a 3? Okay, I want to thank those colleagues for their work in the hiring process, which really secured Mr. Tom Sparrow and brought him to us. The executive summary of the report clearly indicates the role, the mandate, and the reporting requirements of the Chief Construction Officer, here to provide independent advice and assurance on all aspects of governance, planning, and delivery of capital projects that involve construction. Any councillor can informally ask the CCO for feedback on projects at any time by contacting the CCO directly. And so really the role of this independent Chief Construction Officer is to provide to us good advice on capital projects. I do know that even, in the time that Mr. Sparrow has been with us, he's also been an asset and very much a partner assisting our departments with their capital projects and looking at capital projects as well. And so really glad to have him in the role, looking forward to his ongoing contributions. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the goal is to provide value for money for the ratepayers and the taxpayers of Winnipeg. We have a lot of capital needs. We have a very aggressive but important and essential capital program that we have adopted in the last budget. For all of that work to get done on time and on budget necessitates that we make good decisions. And so having a Chief Construction Officer here will further assist council with the information we need to work on behalf of the people of Winnipeg. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker, Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
I think the mayor did.
Yeah.
I was going
Councillor
to.
Mays, followed by Councillor Wyatt. I heard that. Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this as long as we vote also at the very end of today's agenda. There's a motion from the mayor and myself saying that councillors will be able to request the presence of the CCO at council meetings on 24 hours notice to ask questions. The purpose of this position in the mayor's platform, which I won't repeat verbatim, I've done that a number of times, is direct and public access for councillors to this position. Direct and public. So I've listened to various people from the public service say, no, it's okay. He comes to our meetings. Well, that's not public. It's okay. He comes to EPC report briefing. That's not public. That's not direct. And now we've been told, well, he's coming to EPC. And you go, I'm not on EPC. Well, you can ask the chair of your committee, who's on EPC, and you'd have to get, so there has to be some way for councillors not on EPC to directly and publicly ask a question to the CCO, and that is solved, and I want to thank the mayor for supporting the motion. That is solved by the motion you'll see at the very end of the agenda today, way down right at the bottom. We laid it over last month to debate it in conjunction with this. So I'm going to be supporting this, but also I would encourage everyone to support the motion coming at the end of the day that will allow non-EPC councillors to, if notice is provided, have the CCO come, who is meant to be an independent voice, not part of the public service hierarchy, an independent voice who has direct and public role with the elected councillors. So I'm supportive of this, but I also would encourage you to vote for the report found, or the motion that is found at the very bottom of today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Yeah, I'll definitely look at the motion. I haven't looked at it yet from Councillor Mays. I just want to support what the mayor has been working on, and I know he campaigned on this in his platform, so happy to support him on that. And say this, Madam Speaker, that I'm excited. I wouldn't know what Mr. Sparrow looks like, but that might be on me as much on him. But anyway, but that's just the world that we live in here, EPC, non-EPC. And so I look forward to meeting him and working with him. Have a bit of experience involved with some capital projects over the years. And I would add that I think there's definitely an opportunity to look at different delivery models, challenges we're facing. We have definitely unique challenges in Manitoba and in Winnipeg. We have a market which is relatively isolated from other major markets. We have a relatively smaller construction industry related to roads compared to other markets. We have a fairly integrated industry now, whereby companies control they're not just in the construction business, but they also control aggregate, and they control recycled product as well, coming off our roads. We used to have our own gravel pit. We lost that. Province still does, by the way, around the province. There still may be opportunities there to bring pricing down. We have possible opportunities, Madam Speaker, with looking at south of the border with American firms or American supply, especially aggregate, to bring your costs down. That's an option that has been used in the private sector, I might add. We have hopefully an opportunity with our growing community here of various backgrounds who are industrious, entrepreneurial, starting new businesses up right, left, and center, especially in the home building trade, to hopefully create new activity in the construction trade that would allow for competition, because we've seen a lot of integration, a lot of acquisitions with construction firms. In one case, actually, an entire firm just shut right down, which is very rare. Instead of selling off their assets, they just close their operations. So it kind of sings a signal of what the industry is like. And so I think it's important. This is an important position. It needs to be dynamic. I would encourage Mr. Sparrow not to hold back in that regard. And I wish him the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Rollins.
Thank you. I won't be
Just
supporting.
before that, Councillor Rollins, Councillor Duncan moves motion to work past 12 noon. Briefly, all in favor? Aye. Contrary, carried. We'll be breaking shortly. Councillor Rollins.
Thank you. I've had a change of heart. I've supported this position, but to date have not necessarily reaped the benefits as a council in the manner in which it's been manifesting. No fault to Mr. Sparrow, no doubt. I don't believe economic development can sit in a diffuse administrative function at this time. Instead, Madam Speaker, I feel like we need to heed the words of Chris Lawrence, that a chief economic development officer is what's needed, and that it should rest in the administration at the equivalent of a statutory officer, like the chief financial officer does, with clear authority from this council. and potentially a designated policy committee. Right now, it's that position that I'm more interested in, and I think the timing really matters. When we have an agenda that looks like sometimes we are running contrary to jobs in the economy, certainly when we have external parties like the Downtown Biz having to do their own reports on, for instance, the ability to, for any Winnipegger to get downtown to a workplace. We're running contrary to an economic development strategy, and forget about the one that no member of council, save for me, attended, Madam Speaker, when it was released this year. It's just that we shouldn't be, if we're not prepared to show up in moments like those, then of what utility is this position? So I don't think we can afford any longer to be this kind of passive. It is astonishing to me that we need a motion like this. I think that goes to our governance, or accountability, or authority. I also think that folks forgot that council actually motioned this inside the public service when we did it. But a formalized council oversight mechanism, an economic development strategy, the budgets that should be aligned with them, and performance measurements are what I'm interested, Madam Speaker, in, and a chief economic officer is where it's at. So while I respect the intent behind the current motion somewhat, I don't believe it addresses at all a structural gap, and I'm not alone in that. I think council should move more decisively towards establishing that statutory economic development leadership model that has been suggested by Chris Lawrence and others. I think that reflects more seriously the fiscal challenges and growth ambitions of this city. I thanks for your time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, if any. Mr. Mayor, to close.
You can call the question, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Councillor Rollins noted in opposition. Okay, we'll now take a recess and reconvene at 1:30 sharp. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of February 26, 2026. We are on the motion section of the Executive Policy Committee. I'd
like to move, it's come to my attention just shortly after we broke from lunch that a gentleman had registered using our system online. Unfortunately, he's a senior, and he misunderstood when he was clicking on the buttons to register for council versus registering at Public Works. He wanted to speak to the issue pertaining to Chief Peguis Trail. He wanted to speak here. He misunderstood,
Okay,
and
so
he misread it.
So, Councillor
And
Wyatt, you're asking for a suspension of the rules
consideration.
for the order of proceedings today. That's the first thing you're asking for, correct? And then subsequently, you'll be asking for someone to speak in delegation?
Well, I'm suggesting I would move it as one motion to suspend the order of proceedings to allow for Terry Washniak to speak to the item in light of the fact that he wrongly used the online system thinking he was at council versus
Thank you,
Public
Councillor Wyatt. I will speak to that. I've been informed that the individual registered, but got, registered for Public Works. Individual has spoken here before. Delegations have long passed, but it's a request to suspend the rules.
I just want to add, he did show me his flip phone as proof that he's not familiar with technology, and I definitely sympathize with him. So.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. We have lots of ways we can register. We can certainly phone the clerks as well. I think it's long past. I'll put the vote. I won't be. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Okay, and Mr. Washniak, is it, Mr. Clerk? We have the name of the delegate, Madam Clerk. You can read it into the record. I do not have that. Okay, if you could state your name once again.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Wyatt, Mayor, councillors, thank you for this opportunity. My apologies for misunderstanding that I had signed up and got a confirmation for another meeting, so you may be seeing me at Public Works later on. The issue
The
is...
delegate is speaking to the Chief Peguis Trail Extension Report, I believe, under Public Works and in opposition. 5 minutes and no questions.
Thank you. Yes, the issue is Chief Peguis Trail, and I speak in opposition to it, and I come with the history of representing that area when the Chief Peguis Trail was developed and approved by this council. And at that time, I can assure you that everyone on the community committee, the Lord Selkirk level, they were unanimous in being in opposition to an extension. We supported a bridge crossing the river, but we did not support a freeway cutting through the northern part of our community. Councillor Lawrence, I suspect, is still with us, and he was quite articulate about his reasons. So, you know, there is a history that I bring forward to you to say there are very good reasons for not doing it. The issue of traffic to Centre Venture is an issue that is covered in both Route 90 and this Chief Peguis Trail. And I suspect the solution lies in the same logic, and that is that heavy traffic be moved to the perimeter. It's not all that far once you're looking at the map of Winnipeg to see where the industrial zones are that would be moving to Centre Venture, and then where the lines would be redirected of traffic to prioritize heavy traffic to go to the perimeter. And as somebody that drove Winnipeg for many years, sometimes 2 or 3 tanks of gas in a week, I know that sometimes if you're in Charleswood and you have to get back downtown, the fastest way is not cutting through the city. It is to take the perimeter. So, and then come back up from the north or the east side into downtown. But that's a particular thing. The cost of this project, just in the last 5 or 6 years, has doubled. It went from being a $400 million project to a $900 million project. And I know this city is still recovering from the pandemic. You have not replenished your reserve of emergency funds yet. There's several $100 million that were used at that time that are not there to be available in your next emergency. So there are many good reasons not to be proceeding with mega projects of this scale at this time. The real solution is to direct heavy traffic away from Route 90, especially at rush hour traffic, and encourage the Trucking Association to move their traffic where it's reasonable to the perimeter and get to your Centre Venture train and transport center that way. That's the general message that I have there, that maybe Route 90 and the Chief Peguis Trail have the same solution in moving goods, services, traffic, the heavy stuff, the stuff that really counts for business. Move that to the perimeter and fine-tune your entrances and exits from the perimeter for heavy traffic to Centre Venture. Or, well, yes. That is the extent of what I wanted to message, that the councillors that represent the area now, when I was a city councillor, we were unanimous in opposition. So I share that with you, and hopefully that tradition of saying that that's not the right way for that part of the city to be developed. Once you put a barrier in like that, you end up with a special need for fire and ambulance services beyond a barrier because general traffic can't
And
get
that's
past
time,
it.
sir. That's the time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Yes.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no questions, not under suspending the rules. We'll move on to the next item of business here, which is thank you for your presentation. Have a good day. Okay, we have a motion, one, moved by Councillor Mays, seconded by Councillor Lukes. It's an automatic referral to the Executive Policy Committee. The topic is overhead charges on grants. Following that, we have motion 3. It's a notice of motion moved by Councillor Wyatt, seconded by Mays. It will be an automatic referral to Executive Policy Committee. Notice of motion, yes. Next month's council agenda. Thank you. Now we'll move on to bylaws. Mr. Mayor.
I move the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 16, 2026. Bylaw number 18, 2026. Bylaw number 24, 2026.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Mr. Mayor.
Bylaw number 16 of 2026, bylaw number 18 of 2026, and bylaw number 24 of 2026.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bylaws be read a second time. Bylaw number 104, 2025. Bylaw number 1, 2026.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 104 of 2025, bylaw number 1 of 2026.
And Madam Speaker, I move that bylaws number 104, 2025 and 1, 2026 be read a third time in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
I move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 12, 2026, bylaw number 15, 2026, bylaw number 29, 2026, bylaw number 30, 2026.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 12 of 2026, bylaw number 15 of 2026, bylaw number 29 of 2026, bylaw number 30 of 2026.
I move, Madam Speaker, that bylaws number 12, 2026, 15, 2026, 29, 2026, and 30, 2026 be read a second time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 12 of 2026, bylaw number 15 of 2026, bylaw 29 of 2026, and bylaw 30 of 2026.
Madam Speaker, I move that Rule 52 of the Procedure Bylaw number 50, 2007 be suspended, and bylaws number 12, 2026, 15, 2026, 29, 2026, and 30, 2026 be read a third time, and that the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. We'll have question period now. Councillor Gilroy. Councillor Gilroy. Okay. Question for the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering if the mayor would join maybe non-EPC councillors that are requiring a council seminar, just calling on one. Of course, the CAO sets the council seminars, but if the mayor would kind of join us in asking for one in terms of our transit. We're having, there's been a massive change this year. It would be very helpful. The year end is coming to date. We have the summer schedule being set, and it'd be very helpful for us to have a council seminar, and I know having the weight of the mayor on that request would mean a lot. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, Councillor is correct that it's the CEO that ultimately determines council seminars. There is, I would remind everybody, there are monthly meetings, open sessions that council is invited to, that transit is offering right now it's open. It's any topic that's transit related can be discussed, the new primary transit network. And so I think since transit made the change to the primary transit network, I believe there's been 6 or 7, I think it's 7 sessions that transit has offered to council, myself and council, to attend, to be part of, to get questions answered and information shared as well. So I don't know, how many times each councillor has availed themselves of those sessions. There's been 7 of them so far. And so I think that it's not that I'm opposed to a seminar, but I think that the framework is already established, that relationship is already there with Transit. They're providing regular updates, and of course, councillors and I can reach out to Transit also in the meantime if we have any specific questions. But there is an established set of sessions that Transit is providing on a regular basis to council already.
Thank you. Second question?
Madam Speaker, and thank you for the mayor, and I do attend those, so I appreciate them. I think what I'm looking forward for more in a council seminar is more formal kind of format that's really looking at the changes that are going to be coming forward. This is the year end, Madam Speaker. The community has, we do know that there was a report put out by the Downtown Biz. The community is ready for that year end, and I think that as councillors, we should actually be prepared and have those discussions take place in a formal setting, which we are all accustomed to in terms of the big decision, big thinking stuff, rather than the offside transit meetings, which are still good, but this requires that big level thinking about a big policy change that is coming to the year end that I think the community is going to be expecting all of us to have answers on.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Ultimately, through you, Madam Speaker, it's up to the CAO regarding a council seminar. I don't know what would be different about the sessions Transit is providing regularly now on a monthly basis. What would be different between that and a council seminar? Maybe I'm not understanding what the question is ultimately, or what specific differences the council is looking for. But again, if the CEO, that's on the CEO, if he wants to call one, then I certainly wouldn't. Of course, I'd be supportive of that.
Thank you. Final question, Councillor Gilroy.
So yeah, I guess that my one question then is to the mayor. Would he support us in asking for it? Because it does have a different weight. I wish it didn't, but unfortunately it does. If the mayor is actually asking for one as well, we do tend to see council seminars when there is a...
Okay, thank you for the question.
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, not opposed to a seminar, for sure. I guess I would ask through you, I can't ask the questions, but I guess the rhetorical question through you, Madam Speaker, is how many of the 7 sessions provided already have councillors individually attended?
Thank you. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this week, Colin Fast from the Mayor's Office put out a press release, media release, saying that city library visits are up more than 28% since 2022, which made me motivated to ask the Mayor about a question to see if he could get someone from his office to meet with community services and myself. The Southeast Library was identified as a priority project in our 2020 infrastructure plan. Somewhat ironically, the priority was 29 Chief Peguis Extension, 30 Southeast Rec Center, 33 was a St. James Civic Center expansion, and then the Southeast Library. So we've done Peguis, and we're moving toward Peguis, and we certainly have done St. James expansion. We've done neither of the two in the Southeast. Growth in the Southeast is about 40% of Waverly West, so it's not as much, but it's very significant, much like your ward. Madam Speaker, so I'm wondering if the mayor could get somebody from his office to meet with community services and myself to see if we have $5 million allocated to a rec center. That's not enough. Could we do something? Could we possibly do the library instead? Some development for the Southeast. Both of these were identified years ago as priorities. We've done neither, trying to find a way home to do one or the other. So the question is about, with the mounting popularity of libraries, could he get someone from his staff to meet with community services and me?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the councillor through you for the question. Yes, certainly open to always open to having discussions with councillors and myself or my staff regarding a matter like this. Certainly, in answering yes, we'll meet. That's certainly not my commitment to move any project up on priority list, but as far as having a meeting, yes, I'm very open to that.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Mace.
Just in the same vein, so this is a library that would serve both my ward and Councillor Allard's ward and Councillor Wyatt's ward, because he's now got Sage Creek North and Southland Park area down in the southeast. So Is the mayor aware that originally this was designated as the priority by community services staff almost 10 years ago, as money was in the budget to do a study? We have now finally done the study of the library, but lots of moving pieces down there in the Bonavista neighborhood. So I just want to make sure he's aware that this is not a new idea, not jumping the queue, but is some way of trying to do some rec center or library in the southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the council for reiterating that point. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Rowlands.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I rise because I had an opportunity this week to have an informal meeting with Chief Christian Schmidt, and we discussed the situation facing our emergency medical services of the city of Winnipeg, and namely what's taking place in the city, whereby the calls have gone up significantly, and even in the last year. This is just some information provided by the chief, and I apologize to the mayor in advance for not being able to provide this. I just received it, and I'm happy to share the email with him. In the first quarter of 2025, Winnipeg ambulances were in nearly 70% of time use, with some units as high as 87%. And by comparison, EMS systems, the standard in Canada responding to 911 calls, typically aim for a 35 to 45% balance to balance efficiency and availability. Simply put, Winnipeg ambulances are often working at nearly twice the pace considered by the industry standard. And I understand that we have a provincial agreement where the province funds. And in the past, we put money in the budget, but they kind of didn't like it because it kind of boxed them in, right, in terms of going forward. So that we backed off apparently on that. And so we're not going to box them in by putting it in advance. And we've been going to them and they've been saying, no, 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 we're not adding new ambulances. So they're almost at a point now from the conversation, I'm getting to it, from a conversation I've had with the chief, they're at a point now where, look at, we just got to put them in. They're saying 8 additional 24/7 ambulances, 4 additional community paramedics with about 120 FTAs. It's not insignificant. My question would be, Mr. Mayor, in light of the fact that the chief, I think, is very sincere, you know, I saw on the faces of the people who was helping me and my son just how tired they looked, and he was, you know, he's a strong man, right? But a man nonetheless. Would you be open to considering such a thing?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the council for raising the question and sharing this information again, much of which, or a good portion of it, has been public before. I think that Councillor Santos, in her role as Chair of Community Services, has heard this information before, as have I. We have a problem in Winnipeg. We don't have enough ambulances and we don't have enough paramedics. We've been really public about that. I've had good discussions with the Premier. It's on my agenda with the Premier, and I've said that before, to set the agenda for our quarterly meetings, and I have articulated to the Premier and requested from the Premier more ambulances and more paramedics. And we've had that discussion based on the information that Chief Christian Schmidt has provided to us. I'm not in any way making excuses for the province of Manitoba, but they have a problem because they can't get enough paramedics or ambulances in rural Manitoba. And so the problem of a shortage of paramedics is a provincial problem. It is certainly a City of Winnipeg problem. And with all due respect to my colleagues, mayors and reeves, and for us councils of other municipalities, our priority is the City of Winnipeg and the people of Winnipeg and getting emergency medical response, i.e. paramedics, to them when the call comes in. The stats that you shared today, through you, Madam Speaker, the stats that Councillor Wyatt shared that came from the chief about the availability of ambulances being so low that they're in use 70% of the time, shows the magnitude of the call volume that our emergency services personnel are responding to. When we are sometimes double what is kind of thought to be standard, our ambulances are busy 70% of the time when the standard is they should be only busy 35 to 40% of the time, if I've heard that information correctly. It's wear and tear, certainly first and foremost, on the men and women who are paramedics, but also because we have an integrated system, it increases the call volume for our firefighter paramedics and our firefighters. People say, well, why do fire trucks show up for all these medical calls? Because that's our integrated system, and because there's not ambulances available. And so the paramedics that are on fire trucks get to the call, often get to that call first. So we've heard about it. We certainly heard about it through the budget process when we had members of the firefighters come forward to talk about their call volume and the pressures that our emergency services are facing. It's why a couple of actions that we're taking. I know, first of all, our chief is directly involved with the province to try to find ways to attract and retain more paramedics. Just stealing from Swan River and Thompson and other places really doesn't help the overall matter. So the chief is very clearly working with the province to try to solve the paramedic attraction, retention, and training portion of getting more paramedics to work for the City of Winnipeg. I will continue to ask, on our behalf, the Premier for more ambulances and more paramedic FTEs. It's why we also, though, put in place in this budget an increase, and part of the increase is to go towards the health and welfare of the 99 to 100 paramedics who are off work right now for a variety of reasons, to get them healthier and, where possible, back to work. That's key as well. It's another reason that we're working very hard. We have contracted Dr. Maria Contronio to work to establish a fourth emergency service where we can get people who call 911 with a mental health issue, where individuals are not a threat to themselves or they're not a threat to someone else, where instead of sending a police officer or a paramedic or a firefighter, we can send a mental health worker or someone trained in mental health. If we can take those, which were a couple of years ago, 21,000 well-being checks that the police responded to, if we could take a portion of those and redirect them to a fourth emergency response, a mental health response, that means the ambulances would have to go to fewer of those calls. But we've got a big drug problem in this town as well. Paramedics have told me directly that there have been instances where they have responded to the same individual, the overdose of the same individual 3 times in one shift. And the way it works right now, if the individual receives medical care, it could be naloxone or Narcan or whatever the case may be, and if they get up and they walk away, then they don't have to go to the hospital. So we have got paramedics right now that are responding to the same individual 2 or 3 times in a shift. So the system can't keep going the way it's going. Something has to give. So much of this is healthcare. It's under the purview of the province of Manitoba. That's why we try to keep working with the province of Manitoba as a city to reduce some of these call volumes to get people the help that they need. All that to say, it's a long answer to say that we are making several attempts to address the call volume our paramedics are facing, adding more paramedics, a call for more paramedics, a call for more ambulances, a call for a fourth mental health service. We put out a call recently. The chief, I think he responded to this, Councillor Santos' committee. We tried to hire 20 paramedics not that long ago, and we got 6 or maybe 9 applications, or people that, maybe more applications, but people that kind of made it through. So it is a pressure point right now that we are working on to try to make sure that people have the response that they need, and we can begin to dial back some of the pressure that our paramedics and fire paramedics are facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that detailed response. And I would ask I guess just as more of a follow-up to, I always say there's a drug problem, I agree, but it's a trauma problem. And the issue is really not the substances, but the trauma people are trying to deal with out there. In light of the fact, just to draw your attention, sir, to a motion that was been referred, or sorry, notice of motion coming back to this council in 1 month, calling for a summit on the urban health crisis. It's you know, it's at our doorstep now, and we're watching the province struggling, for example, as something, the safe injection site, to get that off the ground. and all the opposition in the community and everything else going on. Yet we see in the province of Alberta, night and day, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. They're doing a whole wraparound program, building recovery centers, building proper detoxes, building them in nature in the country. They have their drug facility, safe injection sites in hospitals, safe, regulated. They even have legislation now, for example, for people who would harm themselves, that they have to go into rehab, or others. There's so many things we could be doing, and it's frustrating to see. And we had the illicit drug task force, which the previous mayor worked on. Great recommendations, know who, what, when, where, why. Could we, my question is this. Could we say, it's fair to say that it's kind of, as you said, it's coming full circle pertaining to the issue with regards to what's happening in the street, and now it's hitting people who are just calling an ambulance for a regular call, not related to the mental health addiction crisis, right? And so, in light of that fact, is it fair to say that we could consider amending or look at the cost of amending prorated the capital budget? Because right now the chief is hemmed in. He can't even make the request because we don't have it in our capital budget pertaining to asking for more staff. They need ideally 120 staff, 8 more units, 4 more community-based units to get them on the street now being the units. They can't even do that now because we haven't given them political direction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Clearly, I just want to make sure I'm clear. I thank the council for the question. I have made that request to the Premier. As intergovernmental lead, knowing the resources that we need and we are short in our department right now, it has to be ultimately a political decision. The chief could ask, but ultimately it has to be a political decision that the province would have to fund and agree to in our contract with Shared Health. So I have made that request for more ambulances and more paramedics because we need that at this time. But the council brings up another really good point. You talk to our fire paramedic staff and our paramedics, and they will tell you sometimes there are people that call 911 and they'll sit and they wait and they insist that they go to a hospital by ambulance when it may be that they don't need to go to the hospital by ambulance. So the province, I know, previous provincial government made big changes. I know this provincial government is also trying to make changes when it comes to informing people, where to go and who to call. Because some of the calls don't probably need to be 911 calls. They don't need to be transported by an ambulance. There may be another way that could be done. I know our Chief Schmidt is an innovative individual with his team. They're also looking into other options as well, as far as if we can't get more paramedics right now, is there another way that we could get healthcare response and emergency response through some sort of other method and other arrangement with trained healthcare professionals. So I think stay tuned. I don't want to speak for the chief, but I know that he's looking at innovative solutions to alleviate some of the pressure on our ambulance staff.
I really appreciate the response that you're raising that with the Premier, Mr. Mayor. What I found frustrating is, and to your point about people insisting they want to take an ambulance, I mean, you get for those who unfortunately have dealt with the emergency wards, there's no jumping of the queue. You arrive, you wait like everybody else. And, the last place you really want to go to is to an emergency room these days in the city of Winnipeg, let me assure you. So I would say this, Mr. Mayor, that in light of that fact, and in light of the fact that I'm not privy to those conversations, nor should I be, that you're intergovernmental affairs, and that you have shared with us now the fact that you have raised this formally with the Premier, would you be open to the concept, or at least are you aware that this councillor here is possibly going to table a motion calling for us to formally make a council policy and therefore maybe strengthen your hand, and then to make it very clear that you have not asked me to do this. This is my own initiative in terms of your intergovernmental affairs, just to make you, are you aware?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I've just seen the motion. I'll take a look at the motion and go from there, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, 84% of Downtown Biz survey and Probe Research survey riders reported dissatisfaction and commute times that have increased by an average of 22 minutes, with 10 times more riders now facing an hour plus. What measurable targets will the mayor commit to, and by when, Madam Speaker, to restore rider trust, especially, Madam Speaker, given Councillor Gilroy's questions and mine and those of Councillor Emma Durand-Wood, and in the face of the public updates at Public Works, reading NIL, nil, Madam Speaker, with respect to the public record. So I'm wondering how, if Mayor will commit to, and by when, a plan to restore public trust in transit, and a plan, in light of Councillor Gilroy's question, a council seminar to the standard of a council seminar, Madam Speaker, not the meetings Transit's been organizing, but the standard of a council seminar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly on the Public Works agenda, we see a change that Transit is making to improve transit service into the downtown. I certainly hope all councillors that are on that committee will support the change being made. It's why those of us that voted for the budget voted for improvements in transit to provide better service in the new transit network. Some did not support that budget, and so I assume did not support the changes that were being made and proposed to be made to transit to improve service. I would ask the councillor how many times the councillor has attended the public sessions or the sessions for council that transit has provided over the last 7 months.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 70% of those surveyed in the downtown
Right to the
biz-
question, please.
Yeah, no problem. 70% of the customers are visiting less frequently to the downtown. Will the mayor commit to making the plan public, the investment strategy public, or will it, Madam Speaker, be like the investment strategy for the downtown and be moved out to 2027? Some of us didn't vote for the budget, Madam Speaker, because that indeed was our fear.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. It's really clear. As far as the budget, of course, provides the investment that the transit needs to do the work that they do. I'm a believer, either you believe in the investment or you don't. And so the budget vote reflects a lack of willingness to give transit the resources they need to provide improvement to the transit system. What we've got before us, before the Public Works agenda that did publish, before the meeting of March the 4th, are changes, proposed route changes, the maps are there, that represent an investment in enhancing transit service in the downtown.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Speaker.
Final questions?
So budget didn't provide the investment that transit needs, Madam Speaker. And now, Madam Speaker, transit riders, including Transit Plus riders,
please.
Madam Speaker, feel pushed into this system that evidence shows isn't supporting them. How does the mayor justify a system redesign that appears to increase barriers for those who rely on transit most? And what is he prepared to do about it, Madam Speaker?
I'll note, Madam Speaker, that in the process over the previous years of getting to the system, the council voted for the new system 4 times.
Question, Madam Speaker,
that's
because
the end
that
of-
was not the question.
Councillor Rowlands, that was the third question. Any further questions? Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none?
An answer, how many times did the councillor attend the 7 sessions in the last 7 months?
Question, not an answer.
Okay. That concludes question period as I see it. Okay. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Water and Waste in the Environment. There's no reports today, no motions, no bylaws. Any questions for our chair, for Councillor Eadie? Councillor Wyatt.
Councillor Eadie, again, thank you for all the work you're doing on the water and waste file. I guess the question I have, in light of what's going on with regards to the water bills going out to folks and a lot of people still trying to absorb the increased cost, is there anything that could be done in terms of the financing of the existing projects to extend the financing out further, even if it meant we realize phase 1 and phase 2, the province is on it at the table, they're not at phase 3, but if it's possible that the province, with their assistance in terms of financing debt, could assist us in terms of this to allow us to extend further financing to reduce the costs of the borrowing, to allow us to reduce the cost of the bills. So in other words, to bring the bills down now by having longer debt, considering the fact that we are building facilities that are basically intergenerational facilities. More than one generation is going to benefit from those facilities. And therefore, more than one generation should technically help to pay.
Okay, the question,
And
please.
therefore, if we extend the debt out longer, they're going to last a long time, I'm assuming, these facilities, these brand-new facilities. Therefore, why couldn't we extend the debt out and get the province on board to help us do that? It's not something that can be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eady?
Madam Speaker, if I understand the question properly, the $500 million that was in the budget for Project 3 is quite a long-term debt payment, which did lower the requirement to raise rates to pay for Project 3. And in that plan, the Chief Financial Officer, I believe, is working at trying to do some of that debt through the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which would have a lower interest rate. The province and the feds and the city are still trying to work out what portion of that very large bill of $1.5 billion they could work for. So not quite sure if you're talking about existing debt, and if you are, in terms of any debt that we used for the Biosolids Project 2, I would have to defer and have a discussion with the CFO to answer that question.
I appreciate you taking it under advisement, Councillor Eady. My follow-up question is this. Under the, and this is more of a federal-related issue, but it's just a thought, an idea, that right now, as you know, Councillor Eady, and I know you're familiar with this, the Charter Bank Act of Canada prevents municipal bonds from being issued. They do it in other countries. And so at the very least, instead of us having to go to the banks, like Royal Bank and others, you know, Royal Bank, who just shut down their branch right across from our administration building here on Main Street, thank you very much, in downtown Winnipeg. We borrow from them over and over and over again. Rather than go to the Royal Bank of Canada out of Toronto and borrow from them, why couldn't we borrow from the people of Winnipeg? By having a bond, a water and waste bond issued, it would mean a pilot project, a change in the Charter Bank Act, but something that the Premier could approach the federal government on. Is that something that you think is a consideration? At least then, folks, we'd be paying them interest on a small bond investment, you know, to help offset the cost of the water bills that are coming in. Thank you.
Councillor Eady?
Interesting. Madam Speaker, that's a very interesting idea. I believe it would also require a change in the City of Winnipeg Charter in order to issue any kind of debt related to the city. And it's interesting that the concept would be that Winnipeggers could earn interest to offset the cost of their water bill. However, I'll point out that the people who are struggling the most to pay the water bill don't have any money to invest in bonds.
Final question, right to it.
Well, the other option too, Councillor Eady, is to approach the federal government and allow citizens to be able to deduct their water bills off of their income taxes, and that'd be another change in federal legislation. Is that something that you've thought of maybe to approach the federal government on, in light of the fact this is a growing issue right across Canada?
Thank you. Councillor Eady?
Madam Speaker, I don't know that we would have to have the mayor ask, but I would point out that the province of Manitoba could also make that decision to allow us to deduct water bills from the Manitoba income tax portion of our tax bill.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes question period under this committee. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services. Councillor Santos on the report.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move The report of the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services dated February 3rd, 2026. Report to move adoption consent agenda items 1 and 2. However, I think maybe one of the councillors might pull item number 2, not too sure.
I'll call the question on item 1 and 2.
1 and 2, stand up.
Both have been pulled. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Item number 1, Places to Go, Public Restroom Strategy Annual Report.
Thank you. Councillor Santos to introduce the item.
Sure. It's a request for extension of time. We did have Mr. Greg McPherson come in saying that some of the information and stats was received just as recently as January, and he just required some time to create the report.
Okay. Any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this was a report when I was on the standing committee with the councillor. I was involved at the time, and having since been assigned diuretic pills, I find it very important, actually. So I speak, it's more personal. But I would say this, Madam Speaker, that we have a washroom right here. I just throw this out as, and I said it in the committee when I was on the committee. Yeah. No, it's item 1.
Yes.
It's an extension of time.
Just asking for an extension of time, the report, right?
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to it, though. Can I not speak to it?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, I'm speaking to it. I'm speaking to it because actually, I know we've had this as another extension of time, I believe. Yes, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another extension, and Madam Chairman, Chairperson. My point is this, Madam Speaker, that right across the courtyard, we have a washroom. And I pointed it out when I was on the committee. Yeah, it's not just as simple as opening the building. We would have to have security and everything else, I understand that. But it's an option. And it could have been done probably much sooner for residents down here needing somewhere to go. It's dignity. It's disrespect that somebody like me with a suit and tie can go and use somebody's washroom, but somebody who's dressed not the same gets turned away. And that's really what it comes down to, is human respect. And so, Madam Speaker, I think it should be taken seriously, and we could show and lead by example. So I just leave those thoughts. I know the chair is working hard on it, and I know she's shares the same thoughts and concerns I do, so I just want to pass that along. And I'm sorry for taking Councillor from Charleswood Tuxedo's time. Thank you.
Councillor Santos, do you wish to close?
Sure. Appreciate his comments. You can call the question.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Item 2, Madam Clerk.
Item number 2, Bonnie Vital Pool Renaming.
Councillor Santos to introduce the item.
I'll hear from my council colleagues on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Speakers on the item. Councillor Mays.
Time for some remarks in my second-rate French then. Just a warning of the translator, and then we'll leave it to a much more capable speaker. Je voudrais remercier l'ancien conseiller Vandal pour ses efforts pour le travail, beaucoup de travail pour la communauté franco-manitobaine, beaucoup de travail pour les communautés de Saint-Vital, pour la communauté de Saint-Boniface et aussi pour les communautés métisses, beaucoup de projets avec conseiller Steves et moi-même, beaucoup de projets fédéraux aussi, par exemple le nouveau bâtiment dans le parc Saint-Vital. Donc j'ai l'idée de nommer le nouveau centre récréation dans Bonavista, mais conseiller alors plus belle, plus bonne idée, et c'est le piscine Bonavista. C'est un projet important, et aussi avec la bibliothèque Windsor Park près de la piscine. So, c'est un projet de conseiller Vandal. So I would like to thank Councillor Vandal for all of his, former Councillor Vandal for all of his work for the city, for the province, and for the Southeast. And also for, I think, elevating the importance of the French language in this place. I once asked him a question in French, and no one had done that here before, as far as we could tell. And there was tremendous excitement and coverage and Councillor Swandell accused us of trying to evade him because we were having this discussion in French. It was more, I had such a limited vocabulary, I didn't know how to phrase a question on something else, and Councillor Vandel taught me the verb partager, which is to share, which is kind of appropriate, because we had a very good relationship, and I think both Councillor Allard and I referred to Councillor Vandel as our mentor, and that's pretty high praise. So I would very much appreciate the chance to speak to this, and thanks to the committee for passing it, and I hope we can approve this, because it is a fitting tribute to our former colleague. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emma Durant-Wood.
Just want to reiterate, I won't be supporting it, and again, it's not to do with the person or the proposal, it's to do with the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, the previous speakers. I had the honor of sitting beside Councillor Vandel, VW, and anyway, we often talked and enjoyed his company. I got to serve with him on EPC. Dan was very energetic on many issues. He spearheaded, I think he was the chair of Water and Waste. He brought in the dividend, but he also brought in the recycling program that was rolled out, the bin program, when he didn't bring it in, but he worked with all of us on it. He was the chair of the committee. And I enjoyed working with Councillor Vandel as the councillor. I don't know if there's anybody else in this chamber, maybe there is, but I campaigned for Dan in his rebid for council back in 2000 and I guess it was 2006. Thank you, 2006. That's right, because Franco Magnifico was pushed the hog plant out towards the Transcona ward, and common enemy is a friend or something like that. I forget the expression. Anyway, and so I campaigned for Councillor Vandel, who became then councillor again. And I'm happy to say I also then campaigned, back in 2000, whenever he ran the first time for Member of Parliament. I went on door to door for him. But ironically, I was very high with Councillor Vandel. I reached out twice to Dan, and I want to say this. I know this is going to pass here today, but I'm symbolically joining the councillor. I'm not voting for it, because I reached out twice on issues regarding mental health and addiction and housing, and I didn't get any response that I wanted or hoped to get back, knowing Dan as, not himself personally, but he knows people who have struggled. And I was hoping for more, but, from the federal minister, and he was the federal minister. And so I'm just saying this, I consider Dan a friend. He's the kind of guy you could go and have a coffee with or tea or what have you. Very friendly, very affable person, good man. He's a good man, Madam Speaker. But I just feel that that it was a disappointment, because I really felt, having gone door to door for him in the campaign where he got elected as Member of Parliament, there was a real opportunity, I felt, to deal with a lot of things happening in the streets that have gone unaddressed. And, I think he was very good, I think, from what I understand, federally on his committees in Ottawa, and I give him credit for that, and the various committees that he headed there. And I think he was very good in his riding, but as a regional minister, and I think maybe partly to give him some due in this regard, it wasn't him who canceled the RMO process. We used to have regional minister offices here, which I think were good. The RMO offices worked. Trudeau canceled that. I think that's a big mistake, still a big mistake. The regional minister's offices on Graham Avenue were huge in terms of getting things done and networking with the federal regional minister to get things done for the city of Winnipeg and elsewhere. So I just want to say it's symbolic to vote nay. I've never voted against anybody on a naming before. I stepped out of the room when you wanted to name, Madam Speaker was naming Michael Shaughnessy Library, not because I didn't want to name it, but it was because the Winnipeg Library Board had not been consulted, and I sit on the library board, and they were upset, and I was in an awkward position. So I've never taken a walk on a vote, but I took a walk on that one. So I'm not going to take a walk on this one. I'm going to vote against it, only out of to be symbolic, because I just felt as a minister he could have done more. That's all. And I look at, and I know the power of the federal minister. I dealt with Vic Taves when we pushed for the underpass. I've dealt with Shelley Glover when we were making it happen. And I saw what Jim Carr did before we lost him. You know, Jim Carr spearheaded the
Councillor
funding.
Wyatt, let's stick to what's in
I know,
front of
Jim
us.
Carr spearheaded
Okay.
the Inuit
Thank you.
Museum and the
We've heard
Leaf. He
enough.
spearheaded the Inuit Museum, tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention Joe Gay, Lloyd Axworthy, when they drove back to the, anyway, those are my thoughts. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eady?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising. I will be voting to have Dan Vandel's name on the Bonnie Vital pool, Madam Speaker. And first thing I would like to point out, Madam Speaker, I worked with him before I was on council through the Access Advisory Committee early on, and he was somebody who suggested I should be running for council. But what a lot of people don't know is during his term under Mayor Cates, he was dealing with a number of Indigenous files related to what was happening in Winnipeg. And at that time, that's when really it came to a head with the missing and murdered Indigenous women in general. And he worked on that. So I think that under the Welcoming Winnipeg process, I don't think that they would have any qualms with us renaming the pool after Dan Vandel, who strongly represented the St. Boniface Board and eventually federally there. But related to the city of Winnipeg, I always really appreciated him. He named me Rockin' Roscoe back when I was there because I was always challenging the EPC that he was sitting on, as well as Councillor Wyatt. But he was always conscious of delivering Winnipeg services in an appropriate fashion. He always, he's an honest, trustworthy city councillor who tried to move along a lot of files. We know that the Water Tower neighborhood was an issue that he was pushing on the old Canada Packer site, which he spent a lot of time trying to push to get it redeveloped and be an important part of the St. Boniface Ward and an important neighborhood. There's so much more to say, but you know what? I think that Dan Vandel is highly deserving of having the Bonnie Vital pool named after him. And he used the most famous word in this very council chamber. He was kind of sitting over there, kind of next to where Councillor Wyatt is. And he stood and he talked about some issue that was on the table, and he used this very interesting word, gimmick. And it was a gimmick, and he rightly called it out. If you look up the definition of gimmick, it was a process related to an indoor pool over at the Forks. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Browati?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be quite brief here. I just wanted to take a quick moment to put on the record my support for this particular motion. Dan was a very good former colleague of mine. He was a long-term dedicated public servant, both here at City Hall and, of course, in Ottawa as a member of Parliament. Always made lots of time for us. When he was an MP, he remembered his roots back at City Hall, I'd say, quite well. One of the things about City Hall and politics in general is, you have to let work be work and, relationships and people be separate. Sometimes you're not going to get your way. It happens all the time. What I enjoyed about Dan was I remember a particular day where we were debating quite heavily early on in my time here at City Hall over the extension of the Chief Peguis Trail between Henderson and Lagimodier Boulevard. He was vehemently opposed to it. I thought it was, and I still believe it was one of the best things that we've done in Northeast Winnipeg in a very long time. But even after, getting quite animated here on the floor of council, at the end of the day, 4:30, we were across the street having a beer and laughing about things. So again, Dan is a great guy, and I think a very appropriate tribute to him here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brawadi. Any further speakers? Councillor Lard.
Thank you. I'll be speaking perhaps appropriately in French. Alors, Madame la Présidente, merci pour l'opportunité d'adresser le Conseil municipal aujourd'hui. J'apprécie tous les commentaires de mes collègues par rapport à cette proposition avec laquelle je viens avec le conseiller Brian Mays, qui de fait a un français qui est certainement un français de plus que la deuxième année. Ce que j'ai entendu aujourd'hui était excellent, peut-être le meilleur français que j'ai entendu du conseiller Mays. Félicitations. Alors, j'aimerais aussi reconnaître les commentaires de la conseillère Emma Durand-Wood qui explique son vote contre par le manque, je pense, de processus relatif en anglais, Welcoming Winnipeg, en français, le processus de la bienvenue à Winnipeg, où on mise, où on veut voir la vérité et la réconciliation être reflétée dans nos... reflétée dans les noms qu'on donne, les honneurs qu'on donne à la ville de Winnipeg. C'est vrai, le conseiller Mays a mentionné qu'on a eu des bons projets de Welcoming Winnipeg, la bienvenue à Winnipeg. Cependant, je pense que c'est une opportunité pour nommer Dan qui est métisse, alors qui fait partie de la nation métisse de la Rivière-Rouge. Je crois que, étant donné ses 27 ans de service ici et à Saint-Boniface en général, comme député et ministre, et encore actif pour le prélèvement de fonds pour le musée de Saint-Boniface, je pense que c'est une personne excellente qui je pense, qui mérite d'avoir une institution comme la piscine de Mérital reconnue. C'était Dan qui avait travaillé avec le conseiller Mays pour financer la bibliothèque Windsor Park. Et puis, moi, j'ai été élu, puis la bibliothèque était déjà en construction, alors c'est moi qui étais dans les photos, mais c'est le conseiller Dan Landal et le conseiller Mays qui ont fait tout le travail. Puis, alors, dans ce cas-ci, c'est peut-être, je pense, peut-être j'ai été plus impliqué dans ce travail ici pour la piscine Mérital, qui a été appuyé par la province de Manitoba, par ce conseil, merci. Et merci aussi au conseil exécutif du maire et au maire lui-même pour avoir appuyé cette proposition. Alors sur ce, je demande votre appui, Madame la Présidente, à vous, au conseil, et merci d'avoir considéré mon allocution au conseil pour cette proposition.
Thank you, Councillor Lard. Mr. Mayor, followed by Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief. I am glad to support this request, the suggestion to change the name to honor Dan Vandel. I want to express my appreciation to Dan Vandel for his years of public service in elected office. And when I got here in 2014, many of us got here in 2014, of course, Dan was no longer at the City of Winnipeg, but members of the public service, colleagues, councillors who'd worked with him, spoke very highly of him. I've always appreciated the interaction that I had with Dan when he was especially a federal minister, and appreciated his insights, his commitment to Winnipeg, and just his style and approach of politics is something that I've always really admired. So I'm glad to support this initiative. I want to thank Councillor Lard, Councillor Mays, others who've raised this, and we'll be glad to see his name go up on the side of this pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to rise. I won't be supporting this, and I just want to make my comments. I'm kind of clear on the record because this isn't against. I really do respect Mr. Vandal and really respect the work he's done over the years. My comments really come from me shifting and changing over the years my opinion on the renaming of after political people in political life. And I did do this. I did rename the Harvey Smith Library. So I know it sounds hypocritical, but I also think I'm allowed to grow as a politician and change my mind over the years. And the Welcoming Winnipeg policy done that for me a little bit, but also looking at the challenges in my own community that had the Wolseley name, which, you know, represented somebody from our past and came to light. And it was really hard on the community because Wolseley's become something else entirely. Right? So just in respect to, I think, public life, we have the honor to serve in public life. Our voices will be forever on the documents throughout history. And I think that there's lots of people that their voices need to be heard that don't get that opportunity. And so I guess maybe I'm changing my mind and my thoughts on how we should be prioritizing people that have had the right to be, have had the honor to serve in political life versus those that maybe haven't had it, that have done just as much great things within our communities and our cities, but without that forever recognition, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. Any further speakers? Councillor Chambers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be very brief. I'm actually going to take a little bit of a different tone. I didn't have the opportunity to work with Councillor Vandal or MP Vandal. I did have the opportunity to work with his wife when I was back in my immigration days, his wife Brigitte, and she worked for SEDEM. And I know that through her work in working to bring home Francophonie immigrants to our province, she's done a tremendous job. So again, her name won't be on the building, but as a couple, they have really given back to their community here, the city of Winnipeg. And, you know, knowing the work that Councillor Vandal or MP Vandal has done during his time as an elected official, and given her work here in the community as well, I would say that this is an honor befitting both husband and wife, even though it's the husband's wife, name that will be adorning the building. But again, on the basis of their collaborative work together here in our city, I think this is a great honor to bestow on this family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Santos to close, if you wish.
Yeah, no further comments. Appreciate everybody's comments.
Recorded vote, please.
Call the question.
Call the question on item 2. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos. Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Duran Wood, Gilroy, and Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 12, nays 3.
Okay, the item is carried. We'll now move on to motions under this committee. We have motion 2, moved by Councillor Mays. And the seconder, Mr. Clerk, is? I don't have a clean copy. Seconder is Councillor Allard. Thank you. And the topic is the donation of a fire truck. It'll be an automatic referral to the Standing Committee. Next is motion 4, moved by Councillor Wyatt, seconded by Councillor Dobson. And this will be a notice of motion regarding paramedic staff and ambulance fleet. It'll appear on next month's council agenda. Okay, with that, we'll move into question period under this committee. Any questions for Councillor Santos?
Sorry, I just received the motion that was circulated. There's a typo on it. It's not, I apologize for that, Madam Speaker. I just saw it right now. It's 120 FTEs. The one was missing when the staff typed it up, so just FYI. Okay?
We'll have that recirculated.
Yeah. That's a slight difference of 100.
We'll
Yeah.
have it recirculated.
Thank you.
If you can do that, Mr. Clerk. 120 versus the 20 typo. Okay. We're going to have question period, and then if you want to recirculate it in the meantime, please. Any questions for Councillor Santos? Any questions for Councillor Santos? Okay. Yeah, so recirculate the motion, and the question is?
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Santos. I had an opportunity last year, I believe it was, to appear before her standing committee around the time of the budget pertaining to the need for us to fund parks and recreation programming. We've heard a lot in this chamber recently, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, about, schools not having to raise money and all that, and I agree with 100% with that. When I first got elected, I recall having to, organize committees, having to go to corporations, basically beg for money for playgrounds and developments where developers had just made a fine return on investment. And there's nothing wrong with making a profit. I'm not saying that is an evil word. But that now I'm happy to say that developers are putting in new neighborhoods. Their existing playgrounds are going in. Especially, they did it in the Southwest all the time. They never did it in the Northeast, by the way, and other parts. But what it left us with, Madam Speaker, is we have a lot of playgrounds that start to age. And believe it or not, the development in this city took off about 20, 25 years ago. The average age of a playground is 17 years. The average age is 17 years. Therefore, that's the standard about starting to replace it. And we push that, definitely we push that to 25, even beyond. And we inspect them regularly. My question is this, Madam Chair, in light of the fact that the PrEP funding has been cut significantly down to around 60,000 per ward, the CIGP as well, could the councillor make a commitment to push, and I realize this is 2027 budget, but as the chair of the committee, to push to get those funding levels back up, because it was at 200,000 per ward, 3 million citywide for parks, playgrounds.
Thank you
to
for
get
the
it back
question.
up.
Councillor Santos.
Okay, so I can completely understand where he's coming from. I think he's also missed that there's also land dedication as well as the community fund that also each councillors are awarded. So I can take his comments back and can definitely work with him on some of the issues that he's raised.
I thank you for the response. I'm aware of those funds. But are you aware, Councillor, just to the chair, that a ward such as Transcona's, I'm not sure about other wards, my ward has over 90 parks and about as almost as many playgrounds that we always have to maintain. Are you aware of that, Councillor, and that we are constantly having to stay on top of them, and we're now running behind because of the lack of funding, even with the funding that you've mentioned?
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thanks for the comments. I appreciate them.
Thank you. Any further questions for the chair? Now, I had mentioned that we are rescinding motion 4. Councillor Wyatt, you're in concurrence with that? And we're replacing.
Is it a new number? I
We're
don't have a
replacing it
copy.
with motion 5 to reflect the typo. You concur in that?
The one is there, yeah. The 120.
And that'll be just circulated momentarily. Okay. Next is the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. I'm going to ask for a council motion to have Councillor Allard be put in the position of acting deputy speaker so I can address an item. Mr. Mayor, will you move that?
So moved, Madam Speaker.
Okay. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
All right, can you hear me okay? Yeah? Okay, this is a first for me, so thank you for the motion. Who moved the motion? I can't recall who moved the motion. Anyway, I'm in the chair, so. Yeah, the mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, His Worship.
Public Works Committee.
We will move on to SPC on Public Works. We have 2 reports on this committee. First, on the report dated December 8, 2025. Councillor Lukes.
I'd like to move consent agenda of items 1 and 2.
Okay.
Stand on item 1, please.
Okay, we're standing down
This is December
item 1. Councillor Wise. Mr. Clerk. All in favor of, do we have consent on item 2? All in favor? Contrary carried. Oh. Councillor Rowland's in opposition to 1 and 2. I don't know if it's in order to be recorded in opposition to 1 yet. Yeah. Okay, so the clerk has promised that we will record you in opposition in the future once we do deliberate on that. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, is it in order that item 2 is now passed? Okay, I'll invite the clerks to introduce the item.
Item number 1, Winnipeg Parking Authority 2026 Business Plan.
Councillor Lukes, introduce.
I'll wait to hear from my colleague.
Okay, to the Councillor Rollins, you stood down. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wyatt, you stood down. Do you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Councillor Larry. You look good up there. I just want to say that I'm going to speak or vote symbolically against the business plan for 2 primary reasons. Number 1, concern still with regards to the status of the Millennium Parkade Library project, which I think is a huge cost, that we could look at other options in terms of that parkade, rather than possibly going another $50 million in debt when we need that debt room for other projects that are, I think, higher in terms of priority. And the second thing that I'm very concerned about is the Parking Authority's decision to remove all the machines in downtown Winnipeg. You want to make it easy for people to come shopping. And now this is just one more thing. Now, I realize a lot of folks, they have the apps, they have the phones, but believe it or not, there are folks out there who don't. And now it's just one more reason to avoid the downtown. It's as simple as that. I'll stay in the suburbs, I'll go to the mall, I'll get it, I'm not going downtown, is the thinking. Why do you make it harder for people to come downtown to shop, to do business? Put the parking meters back up. And it's very frustrating to see folks even before with those machines. And there would be like one on a block, and people have to walk and climb those snowbanks to get to the machine, and then they get to the machine and the machine's broken, And like bring back the old parking meters. It was simple. And frankly, I'm very disappointed with the Parking Authority in that. And the third thing, there's 3 things actually. The third thing is the vehicles for hire stuff. I really feel for the taxi cab industry out there that Uber is not on the same playing field. And there seems to be a willingness by the Parking Authority to quickly bring down regulations, rules, because the taxi cab industry is easy to target, harder to basically say, oh, we should have this. There should be, I believe, an level playing field. Absolutely, there should be Uber. Absolutely, there should be Lyft. But right now, the taxi cab industry has to pay so much for a license, so much for training, so much for upgrading their cars. It's thousands of dollars more every year. And not a small amount, like we're talking 10,000 plus more to do business, to open their door for day 1 of the year compared to a guy who just drives for Uber or Lyft. And I realize, and what has it done? What has it done? We talk in this chamber about cost, we talk in this chamber about livable wage, right? How is a taxi cab driver, they're trying to make a livable wage now, and they've lost over 50% of the market share. And then the Uber driver, the Lyft driver is making have you seen what they're getting paid? What you pay, what you pay, you've used them. How do you make a living on that with your cost, your gas, your vehicle, your wear and tear? You can't. This is like slave labor, almost. It's like indentured labor. And we're letting this multinational American corporations get away with it, right? And without paying any CPP or UI or anything into the government of Canada, it's a bunch of nonsense. So, madams, I'm sorry. The Parking Authority doesn't pass this. They got to do more work. And frankly, I think they're a bit, longer than, kind of like, let's rest on our laurels kind of thing. So I'm voting against this one. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Lewis to close?
No, I'm thankful for his input, but I have nothing more to say.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, I'll call a question. Call the question. Recorded vote has been asked for, so recorded vote. All in favor, please stand. Please rise.
His Worship Mary Gillingham, Councillors Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Duran Wood, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Santos, Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, and Councillor Allard.
All right. All opposed?
Councillors Edie, Rollins, and Wyatt.
The vote, Mr. Deputy Speaker, yeas 12, nays 3.
All right. Do I continue in the chair? Yeah. Okay, the item passes. Mr. Clerk, your guidance again. Next report, please. Or apologies, first time, beginner. Okay, now on the report dated February 6, 2026. Councillor Lukes?
This is the
All right.
dated February 4th, 2026. There's 2 items. I'd like to move item number 1 and pull item number 2.
Okay, so we're calling the question on 1. So all in favor of question 1? Aye. And all those opposed? Okay, I think that's unanimous. And so next question, next report.
Item 2, council update for the preliminary design study, Chief Peguis Trail Extension West, Main Street to Brookside Boulevard, February 2026.
See Councillor Gilroy. Oh, Councillor Sharma. Councillor Lukes. Councillor Lukes, introduce.
Okay. I'll just be brief, and then I'll probably close on this one. I know that a lot of people have a lot they want to say. I really appreciated Centerport coming down earlier today, the representative from Centerport, and laying out the big picture. And I think sometimes, we work as a municipality, we focus on we're grassroots. We're the grassroots politicians here, that we focus on everything from potholes to, flushing the toilet. So these are really, really localized issues for our city. But I strongly believe that the eventual build-out of Chief Peguis will open up many opportunities internationally and nationally. So it is a big picture project that does connect to a multimodal global distribution hub, which I think many people seem to forget about what goes on at Centerport, trail, rail, trucking, and air. So, and I know it's hard to get our heads around big picture sometimes because we're so focused locally. So that'll just be my introductory comments on this report for now.
Okay.
Point of order, sorry.
Councillor Mays, point of order.
The map in Appendix A, I believe to be incorrect and out of date. There was a subsequent map, was what we approved, and I voted for this, was what we approved with the Transportation Master Plan in June of 2025. This is the wrong map. I apologize for not sorting it before today. I mean, again, I apologize. If we could have a 5-minute adjournment, I can review this with the clerk.
Mr. Clerk?
It's the wrong map.
Advice from the clerk, please. No advice? Advice?
These are the items that were submitted as appendices to the report, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Is there a willingness to go into recess in order to sort this out?
Yeah.
Yes?
Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, I think it would be a good idea to take a recess, considering it's not a question that the clerk can answer. These were documents that were submitted from the department.
Okay, so do I just declare the session in recess? Okay, so I call recess for 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Oh, and I hit this?
10 minutes?
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. We know it's going to be 10 minutes. Okay, so we're back in session. Councillor Mays had raised a point of order. There's a motion number 6 circulating, which is Councillor Mays' amending motion to, I think, replace the map, but I'll recognize Councillor Mays.
I assume I'm speaking to the whole. Okay. Yeah, thanks for the recess, and thanks to the city staff for confirming that. So the map that was attached, I'm not really sure what that was, but the map that is going to be attached in the revision it indicates that St. Mary's Road is not a priority ending in 2050, but is more a short-term priority. So it's a color that the map that was attached to the original version was from July of 24. It failed to recognize that we amended that priority in the course of debating Transportation Master Plan, which was voted on, which I voted for in June of 25. So, much as you'd all like to hear me ramble on about St. Mary's Road, we are doing a study, $490,000 study, the bit that goes into Councillor Allard's ward and mine, to try and look at bike path. Yeah.
Chairperson, I'm sorry to interrupt Councillor Mays, but point of privilege, could I'm having trouble getting my voice output to read the actual motion. Could I have the clerks read it out?
Certainly,
Mr. Acting
Councillor Mays, do you mind if we have the clerk read out the motion? Okay. Mr. Clerk? Or Madam Clerk?
Moved by Councillor Mays and seconded by Councillor Chambers, that item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works dated February 4th, 2026 be amended by deleting recommendation 3 in its entirety and replacing with the following. Number 3, that the Chief Peguis Trail Extension be referred to the 2026 to 2027 Strategic Priorities Action Plan process with the revised Appendix A attached.
Okay. Councillor Eady, that's good? Yes, Councillor Mays?
Thanks. Yeah, the only change that I can see in the map is this one, that St. Mary's Road was mischaracterized in the map that made it up through EPC. So now, yeah, we've replaced it with the actual map that we approved in June of 25. And we'll be doing this $490,000 study within, hopefully within a few weeks. That'll get going, get approved through Public Works, and we'll look at possible bike lanes, possible transit ways, some way of improving traffic flow on that northern part of St. Mary's Road. On the main motion, I'll be supportive. I see this one as somewhat different from Kenaston. I've supported this throughout. I think it does help unlock, to use that unfortunate term, the precincts there, I think it's A, B, and E, A, B, and D perhaps, north of the extension of Chief Peguis. We did identify it as a priority in our Infrastructure 2020 plan. So I do see this one as being, and it does certainly feed into the whole debate about Centerport. So encourage everyone to support the amendment, which does correct a process mistake, a mistake with the wrong map, and I'll be supporting the main motion as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Mays. I had a speakers list started. I had Councillor Sharma, followed by Councillor Gilroy. Anybody else want to speak to this? Mr. Mayor, Mr. Brody? Okay, Councillor Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to put some comments on the record following Councillor Luke's introductory remarks. The Chief Peguis Trail Extension is a critical project, as we all know, for the continued growth of our city and a significant economic driver for Winnipeg. The importance of this project extends well beyond the Old Kildonan ward. This is city-building infrastructure. Strategic investments in infrastructure remain one of the most effective ways we can strengthen Winnipeg's economy, support job creation, and improve the daily lives of residents. The Chief Peguis Trail Extension is not simply a road project. It is a vital transportation and economic corridor that will serve both Northwest Winnipeg and the city as a whole. This extension will serve as a key east-west arterial, improving connectivity between neighborhoods, strengthening access to major routes, and creating a more efficient transportation network for Winnipeg as a whole. It will also include active transportation connections, ensuring the corridor supports all modes of movement, including cycling and walking. Residents in Northwest Winnipeg have raised real concerns about traffic volumes. I've spoke about this at the Public Works Committee. Streets such as Leela Avenue, Templeton, and Murray, these roads were never designed to carry the level of traffic they see today. So extending the Chief Peguis Trail will help redistribute traffic more appropriately across the network, diverting heavy truck traffic away from residential streets and onto a properly designed arterial corridor. This will improve traffic flow, reduce congestion, enhance safety, and support more efficient movement of goods and vehicles. We are already seeing how improved access encourages growth. New housing developments in areas like Aurora and Highland Point have brought more families into Old Kildonan and supported expanded schools, parks, and community services. Continued investment in this corridor will open further opportunities for housing, expand employment access, and strengthen Winnipeg's economic foundation. From a citywide perspective, this extension also supports major economic development initiatives. Delegations today highlighted strong alignment with the goals of the Manitoba Trucking Association and Centerport. The project strengthens trade corridor priorities, improves access to Centerport, and reinforces Winnipeg's role as a national transportation and logistics hub. As the largest inland port of its kind in North America, the largest, Centerport is designed to support trimodal movement of goods nationally and internationally. Given current global trade pressures, we all know this all too well, and evolving tariff discussions, ensuring our infrastructure is ready has never been more important. I was encouraged to hear Mayor Gillingham reference the potential federal trade diversification fund, which could see significant investment over the coming years. This reinforces the need for Winnipeg to be ready with strategic, well-planned projects. I was also pleased to hear about the recent Centerport tour the Mayor had with the federal minister, where the importance of this extension was highlighted directly. This project represents economic growth, improved traffic management, stronger neighborhood connections, and long-term prosperity for Winnipeg residents. Prioritizing the Chief Peguis Trail extension within our next Strategic Priorities Action Plan will position us, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, to act quickly when trade-related funding opportunities arise. I encourage my council colleagues to concur with the public service recommendation so that we can continue advancing the discussions we've been having around this topic and move the project forward. Winnipeg needs it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, I have Councillor Gilroy, and next in line, I have Mr. Mayor, I have Councillor Brody, Councillor Duran Wood, and I see Councillor Eadie has put up his hand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll support the amending motion to put the proper map on the agenda, but I will not be supporting the main motion, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just raise really a lot of concerns that we have in the city of Winnipeg. We know that we are at our debt ceiling and we got major projects that have to be done. And when I talked to the public administration that the capacity for Chief Peguis, we had decades, and I want to say with an S, this wasn't a decade, this was multiple decades before we would have to worry about the extension. That even with the growth outside the city, the growth within the city, and even with the growth within Centerport, the Chief Peguis as stands, the connections that we have right now actually meets what we're doing, and for years and years beyond. So this project is a nice to have, but not as something that we need. And when we talk about the need, we need to do infrastructure that is falling apart, Mr. Speaker. We need to do things like the Arlington Bridge, and we want to talk about the economic development, the lens of these communities. If the Louise Bridge closes because we do not have the funding, those are already challenged neighborhoods, Mr. Speaker. We are going to see what is happening in the North End happen with the Louise Bridge, and other pockets. So, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that we have priorities that we have to deal with. We also have to make sure that we deal with our North End sewer treatment plant, Mr. Speaker. So where we're going to get all the money for all these really big projects, I don't know. But I do know that we are legislated to deal with our North End treatment plant. I do know that if we lose that capacity, that's also an economic lens that we're going to have to consider, because we're going to be nearing that capacity, Mr. Speaker. So I have lots of concerns with us doing projects that are nice to have projects that, but it's not a need, especially when our own experts, our own transportation experts have said that this isn't even need to be on our radar for decades. So it's a political push, Mr. Speaker. So I have lots of concerns that we are spending money on items that we don't need to spend on, and then we're not spending money on areas where we do need to spend, Mr. Speaker. We just debated about the loss of funding from the province, and we're not doing key projects that keep people safe, Mr. Speaker. Those are the types of things that have to go in the back burner in terms of our capital when we don't have the funding for these projects, Mr. Speaker. So I do believe that eventually this will be an extension way in the future, Mr. Speaker. Do I believe it's, there's an economic lens? Sure, but there's an economic lens to all of our key points, all of our streets, if we don't fix them, if we don't keep those bridges open, and if we don't reopen bridges that are closed, Mr. Speaker. And we're seeing that devastating effect on Arlington right now. Some of the businesses having to shut doors. We're seeing homes boarded up. Those all have impacts when there's no direct connection into those communities, Mr. Speaker. And so now we're, as a city, having to try to deal with that in management. There's always an economic lens. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is we need to make sure that we have the necessary funds to do projects that are required right now, Mr. Speaker. That's where we need to be spending the money on. And it's short-sighted of us to take on projects when we just finished extending that not too long ago, to take on projects that is a nice to have, but not a necessity. Just like paying your house bills, right? You don't put on the extension if you can't afford it. And that's what we're doing with this project, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. Next I had Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're doing a good job, if I may say. I want to thank, through you, Mr. Acting Speaker, I want to thank Councillor Sharma for her comments. Really appreciated them. I'm not going to reiterate what's in the report. The report makes it clear. We've talked a lot about the importance of Chief Peguis Trail Extension and why it's needed for the future of Winnipeg. It's also important to keep in mind that we need federal and provincial funding partners, and it's, I think, incumbent on us to also pay attention to where they are going and the priorities of the federal government and the priorities of the provincial government as funding partners. My meeting that I had, that Councillor Sharma referenced, with Minister McKinnon, Canada's Transport Minister, and the discussion we had, it's very clear that they have a focus on Winnipeg, but they also have a focus on a new fund called the National Trade Corridors Fund. My conversation with the minister, I said, since Winnipeg's priority is the North End plant, he goes, we understand that, Mr. Mayor, but that's a different fund. We have a National Trade Corridors Fund that wouldn't fund sewage treatment plants, but it would fund major trade corridors. We've talked about the fact that, now he didn't commit money, obviously, to Route 90 or Chief Peguis, but I raised both of them with them because they are important trade corridors. At a time when it's already been referenced, trade has changed in Canada, and we need to move goods east-west. And so when we understand it's not just about what we're doing, we have to understand too what the opportunities are before us by looking at and understanding the priorities of the senior levels of government. We understand very clearly, if you paid attention to the news, any one of us, that our Premier has a real focus on Churchill, Manitoba. Part of Minister McKinnon's conversation with Centreport was about how Centreport is an important investment, an important location to enable what could go on in Churchill. Though they're thousands of kilometers apart, there is a direct correlation in the minds of the federal and provincial government between what happens at Centreport and what eventually will happen in Churchill. So I just put that on, on the floor today and on the record to say that we have to pay attention to what senior levels of government are prioritizing, and there are times when we have to be strategic, work hard, but strategic in seizing any opportunities that come our way. opportunities are created for us by senior levels of government. We've done it before. The Housing Accelerator Fund, we seized upon that, we grabbed hold of that opportunity, and now what we see is in last year alone, housing starts that outpaced that doubled the national average of housing starts. We were just made an announcement the other day, or released information, I think it was yesterday morning, 1,000 new housing permits, permits for housing units in the downtown have been made available. Part of it because we seized the opportunity afforded to us of what the federal government has been doing when it comes to using the Housing Accelerator Fund to take those funds and leverage private sector investment and nonprofit investment. I call upon us to be strategic and focused in our priorities, as we've already adopted them when it comes to infrastructure projects, but also always be attuned to what the federal and provincial governments are doing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next, I had Councillor Rawadi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Acting Speaker. Let me just stand up and say that I am very firmly in support of moving forward with the Chief Peguis Trail extension. This idea, this plan has been on the books since long before I was born. It's the Winnipeg Area Transportation Study, looking back to the 1960s and even earlier. This is an important piece of Winnipeg's inner ring road. If you care about the safety of children on neighborhood streets, one of the best ways to address that is to get heavy truck traffic, commuting traffic going through neighborhoods, off those local neighborhood streets and put it on a proper facility. That's why we need Chief Peguis Trail. I invite you to Springfield Road in North Kildonan. It used to be a 24-hour truck route. The average speed was over 60 kilometers an hour. It was signed at 50. You wouldn't believe this, but Councillor Rawadi pushed the public service to put bump outs and traffic calming on a street because, you know what? It's a neighborhood street now. The neighborhood's been brought back to the neighborhood. The neighbors, speak for themselves. I mean, I would argue we should have done this a long time ago. There were a lot of neighborhoods and a lot of growth that the city built without proper infrastructure in the northwest quadrant of Winnipeg. Those neighborhoods arguably should have had Chief Peguis before they proceeded. But now we can correct that mistake, and it's still, even with all those things that have already been built and a lot of the economic opportunity has already been realized, it still has a net positive benefit by proceeding with this project. But again, infrastructure costs money, and I appreciate that. But think of all the lost productivity, stalled development, and neighborhoods that, again, have way more traffic than they should. So let's finish what our parents and grandparents had originally planned. Let's build proper infrastructure for a growing modern city, and please support this report here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rawadi. Councillor Emma Durand-Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is hard to overstate how ill-advised I think it is to be pursuing this project. We are a city with a massive infrastructure deficit. Even with record investments into road repair and renewal in recent years, we have scarcely moved the needle. And for me, it really comes down to this. We cannot afford to maintain the streets and roads we already have. It's irresponsible to be adding even more. My first few months on council have been full of fielding calls and emails from residents who are frustrated by streets and backlanes that are crumbling, in disbelief and dismay that we aren't proactively investing more into arenas, pools, fitness facilities. And we just throw up our hands and say there's no money. In the face of this deficit, in the face of funding uncertainties on NUPIC, we plow ahead with major new road projects anyway. The initial cost of building new roads is usually only 20 to 25% of the total cost of ownership over its lifetime. More infrastructure means more maintenance costs and means more money we should be setting aside for eventual replacement, but we probably won't. In the case of the Chief Peguis extension, the real argument seems to be that we need to unlock this land for more greenfield development. We know from the city's original cost-benefit analysis that the development this enables will actually lose money until 2067 and require above-inflation tax increases for 75 years just to break even. Yes, we need housing, but we need to be building in places where we already have infrastructure in place and where there is the best opportunity to complement our existing transit and transportation investments. We really need to connect the dots and acknowledge how our debt-based capital spending has significant long-term implications for our ability to deliver services and maintain our existing infrastructure. How will we fill that operating shortfall for all those decades? Are we going to cut services even more? Are we going to raise taxes? Where will that money come from? The question we should be asking is, if we are prepared to borrow hundreds of millions of dollars, could we get better returns by spending that money elsewhere? Is there something that would have a better return on investment that would get us closer to our vision of being a livable, safe, happy, healthy city? Winnipeggers are crying out for more investment in transit. They are begging for more investment in recreation and natural spaces and road safety and housing. Rather than adding new liabilities, we should be exploring these options. That's why I cannot support this item moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Durand-Wood. Next is Councillor Ely. Councillor Rollins will be after Councillor White.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. You're doing a great job. Anyway, so I'm in support of the Chief Peguis Trail extension. We have, as mentioned, there are a lot of major projects that need to get funded. And actually, I'll just first speak out. The project's already on the way to replace the Arlington Bridge. Thanks, Mayor, for the language. We invested $28 million so far to remove the old so that a new one could be built, and design continues. So that project's underway. We have to find some funding, and wouldn't be trade corridors, maybe it's the Rail Crossings Division of Transport Canada. I think they have a budget to chip in, and this is a rail crossing connecting Arlington over the bridge to Arlington. And it's an essential route that people who are residents need to be able to use on a day-to-day basis, as well as emergency vehicles. And actually, it would be great to have efficient, I think it's the number 28, the old Arlington bus. It'd be great if it could be more efficient. Now, I've stated that, and in my mind, that's our number one project because it doesn't exist anymore. It needs to be done. I will also mention, and I've been hearing this, the Louise Bridge major renovation is funded. We voted on that budget. It's funded. It's $40 million. And as I understand it, I believe the piers will be starting to be worked on in 2026 construction season. It's my understanding. So to say that it's not funded, it is funded. The now Harry Lazarenko Bridge, formerly the Redwood Bridge, had this kind of major renovation done to it some 23 years ago. And it looks like that major renovation is going to last for 30 years, which for the Louise Bridge, hopefully eventually for Transconians and North Enders who move back and forth, one day there will be a bridge replaced. Now, with the Chief Peguis Trail, the former councillor, Mr. Terry Wachniak, talked about how his former colleagues way back in the day, which would have been, I believe that was in the early 90s or late 80s. Our area has grown, as Councillor Sharma has talked about, and Councillor Sharma and Councillor Eady and Councillor Browadi, actually, now. We believe that there needs to be a Chief Peguis, and I would say, and I'll say it publicly, I would invite Mr. Wachniak to go knock on doors and talk to the people on Leela Avenue and tell them, you don't need a Chief Peguis Trail extension. And I'll tell you what you'll get. It won't be pretty, Mr. Wachniak. Anyway, there is a need to get what is a huge amount of traffic on Leela off of there. There is more on Templeton. Murray is getting to be very busy. We have new neighborhoods being built up that way as well. In terms of looking into the future for the Chief Peguis Trail, we're moving this forward. That doesn't mean that it's the number one project for Winnipeg still is the North End Water Pollution Control Center. And then the next council is going to have to decide which major project to move ahead with first. It sounds like better be Kenaston Whiting St. James Bridge, as the St. James Bridge is not in great condition. And it does handle a lot of traffic, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. So I will be voting for the amendment as well as for the amended motion that's being debated at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Ely. Councillor White was next. He is yielded to Councillor Rollins, if Councillor Rollins wants to go.
Oh, thank you. I rise really to compliment my colleague, Councillor Sharma, Mr. Speaker. On occasion, she does come down and visit with council this way, and today was really just, I wish she'd do it more because she said something so succinctly that we deserve to hear. I've been really an advocate for Centerport since I got onto council, and since I got the opportunity to work, however briefly, with Mariette Muller and Diane Gray, these incredible trade brains that we've got in the province. But this trimodal inland port linking rail, air, highway, trade corridors is vital. The improved network connectivity enhances Winnipeg's role in continental supply chains in an era of trade diversification and supply chain resilience. Transportation, redundancy, and reliability are strategic assets. The report before us really lays it out in three ways. The worst case scenario, well, it's still positive. The base case scenario, still strong positive return. And finally, the strategic case, well, as in the words of other speakers today, potentially transformative infrastructure. So I think that this does necessitate federal funding, provincial consensus and federal consensus on this. Just like Kenaston. Kenaston was a tough vote for me to take. It always has been. But it's 100% the right direction for the city. And this is too. The high-impact trade and productivity corridor, the logistics efficiency, the land development accelerator, the competitiveness investment, dare I say the security investment, and the long-term revenue-generating asset that is Centerport is the point. So I can't do any better than Councillor Sharma in what she has long since advocated for various reasons. Some of them likely due to the impacts that Councillor Brawadi brought forward. But in a period of economic uncertainty, in a period of supply chain restructuring, and in a period where the federal government is telling us what to do with respect to trade corridors, and that in fact, we've been leading them in terms of getting ready, it is not a discretionary moment today. It's a strategic moment. It is a difficult one, and it's one that we should assert in terms of jobs in the economy, in terms of our role as a city, being a partner in not just the federal imperative, but the Winnipeg imperative related infrastructure. And the concerns my colleagues bring forward with respect to infrastructure, that is also true. Here we anticipate federal funding. We should position ourselves for it. We are well positioned for it to draw it down, but the rest should also follow. This is an important moment for jobs in the economy, and I do hope there's unanimous vote today.
Thank you, Councillor Rollins. Councillor White.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, or Acting Deputy Speaker. Thank you. I rise to support the motion. I just want to point out to members of council here that the strategic road network that we're debating here today, basically Chief Peguis Trail through to McPhillips and beyond, that this was actually flagged going back to 2011, that the road was to be constructed by 2031. And so it's actually on track for a change. And so I want to mention that this has been consistent with public policy since 2011. And I would like to just mention to councillors, especially those who are newer in the chamber, that in 2011, that was the last time we did the first transportation master plan in the city of Winnipeg after many, many decades. And the city of Winnipeg at that time decided to spend over $1 million on origin destination study, a comprehensive origin destination study citywide of both people movement and goods movement. And we really, the plan we have now is good, but it really didn't spend that kind of money. We didn't update it to the same extent that was done back in 2011. So the detail on the 2011 report, I strongly encourage any member of council to read it because it really was a benchmark report. And it cites in there the need at that time, and what I find interesting, going back to page 70 of the report, page 61, where it states back in that, the estimate back then, just to give you an idea, and I think the mayor might have a bit of a heart attack when he hears this. Well, the section from Chief Peguis to McPhillips, that was $130 million. Okay, so just to give you an idea, back in 2011. So, it's interesting that, we have these debates. What's interesting as well, it has the Arlington Bridge here, other major improvements, but it also was, believe it or not, the Arlington Bridge was in the medium term by 2021. Just want to mention that one. Because, it's not fair to say. And then what was interesting as well, Louise Bridge was mentioned short term by 2016. So, in terms of the ambitious plan that was outlined at that time, it was definitely ambitious. Council did move forward, as members of council know, with regards to Plessis Underpass, with regards to the Israeli Bridge, with regards to the Waverly Underpass, with regards, well, by then Kenniston had already been done, and by the 2011, I think Chief Peguis from Henderson to Lajimoni was already done. So, in terms of new strategic infrastructure, we've been struggling. And I will say this, Councillor Gilroy said, we don't know where we're getting the money. I can name a couple places. Start off, we can still have an area charge. I spoke to this earlier today. You can still have an area charge. There's still have a lot of undeveloped land, especially to the north of the Chief Peguis right away. An area charge could be applied and could be seed funding for the city's share of that funding. In other words, development paying for development. That should be something seriously considered. I know from talking to our staff, both in Public Works, and I'm not going to name names, but staff who are senior management who think that's a progressive, positive idea, both in Public Works, by the way, and in property development. Just because we lost the impact battle doesn't mean you shouldn't have area charge. So, the development community has done well, and, we have to do area charges, of course, that are affordable and not over the top, that shuts down development, but at the same time, we could definitely afford some of the costs here. I'll give you another suggestion where we can find the money. We don't have to, we didn't have to spend the $18 million opening Portage and Main, but some of the councillors who spoke in favor of opening Portage and Main, they're quick to spend that money, pretty quick. And so, I look at that and I say to myself, and I know we've got to spend another, I don't know how much, 40 million doing the concourse, maybe more underneath after the election, apparently. So, and I'm not saying we don't do that. But the final thing I'd like to say is this. We get into the trap here, and I've heard it so many times, Mr. Speaker, so many times. I lived it when Councillor Gervasi was here, and against the Plessis Underpass project, and then of course when I learned later on that she was advocating, she wanted the underpass to be expanded under on Osborne Street South. So it wasn't a question of being against underpasses. So it's frustrating. And maybe it's the ward-based system we have, because it really, and even I would suggest, and with all the respect to the mayor, we get trapped into where we live, the neighborhoods we're from, And especially if you're a former councillor for an area, you still sometimes bring that train of thought versus thinking like a city. We've been a city since 1972. One city. The idea was we're supposed to be one city, but we get into this tit for tat. Well, you're not getting it in my area. Well, I can't have it in your area then, and this sort of thing. We got to get over that. We really do. And we have to look at the whole city. And part of the challenge, of course, is, yeah, I get it. There's a lot, the funding is always going to be an issue, for the foreseeable future at least, or unless when we have a federal government has the courage to reopen the Constitution, right, and bring Quebec, Indigenous people, and municipalities to the table, make us a level government like they are in the United States, and we don't have to go begging cap in hand all the time. But we actually might be closer to that when we realize, considering what's happening around the country in terms of the debate on some of those issues. But I really believe that we need to look at the whole city. I would like us. One of the things that does, when I look at the 2011 report. And then I look at the Transportation Master Plan. I think I commented on this last year. It's depressing when you read target dates, of medium term, a short term, medium term, long term, and they're missed. They're really missed. Like we passed them and there's no plan to catch up. And then all of a sudden, without a transportation, without an origin destination study, clearly politics is going on behind the scenes at EPC, at the table, and all of a sudden one project that was in the short term or medium term is bumped into the long term, from 2011 to 2025. And that's the kind of thing, and I know back in the day when, guys like Clement here and others, they swore up and down, none of that went on. And then later on I heard from one of the former directors who said, I had to pave a regional street in Charleswood, whether I wanted to or not. And so, that was we have to start thinking as one city. And the question is this, there's no doubt Louise needs to be done. There's no doubt Arlington must get done, right? There's no doubt in my mind that, if you drive down in the southeast and on Abedicho-Michina, it's packed, packed. And for Winnipeggers, I think the biggest thing here now is there's two things we should be looking at. And I know there were some of the folks here, and I believe that in terms of climate change and everything else, we have to think green. But I think we're moving to an electric vehicle culture, and it's happening sooner rather than later. And we're not going to ban the automobile. I hate to say that for those who want out there who want them to have no private automobiles. It's not happening, folks. The private automobile is here for stay. There might be a lot of co-op cars and stuff like that, but the automobile is here to stay. And as a matter of fact, I think the cost will be coming down dramatically, especially if companies like Tata arrive on the scene.
That's your time,
Councillor
Wyatt. Councillor Wyatt? Okay, I understand it's now to, order. So Councillor Mays to close on the amending motion, followed by a loose close on the main motion, unless anyone else wants to speak. Councillor Mays?
Sure. Again, yeah, supporting both the amending motion and the main motion. The amending motion just corrects a mistake made with the wrong map being supplied. The correct map is now attached. Thanks to the clerks for assisting with that. The map that is now attached is the one that we approved in June of 2025 with the Transportation Master Plan. So it's nothing new or different. It's just a clerical mistake that was made somewhere along the way here. So thank you to Councillor Gilroy for saying she'd support that, though opposing the main motion. So yeah, basically just a clerical mistake being corrected, and I will leave it at that.
Okay, so Councillor Mays had his closing statements. Councillor Lukes on the main motion.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's comments and perspectives on this report that's in front of us. And I too strongly believe that this is a very large strategic project that we should be investing in, knowing that we can't do it alone, but I think that it's really important to be prepared, to have it ready, and we've reached that point with all the studies and the work we've done, and it's in front of us now to vote on, so I hope that we have a majority vote. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have a recorded vote on the amending motion, followed by, well, starting with that, perhaps. Yes? Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor, please rise. On the amendment. Madam Clerk?
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Duran-Wood, Edie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Wyatt, Sharma, and Mr. Speaker, Allard, Councillor Allard.
Okay, that was on the main motion. All those against? Oh, sorry, am I?
The vote, Mr. Acting Speaker, 15, yeas 15 and nays 0.
Okay, so the motion passes. And now on the main motion, as amended, a recorded vote. Please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Edie, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Wyatt, Sharma, and Mr. Speaker, Councillor Allard.
And I'd like to be recorded in opposition. So all opposed, please rise. So just to be clear, I did not vote for that. Okay. All opposed, please rise.
Councillors Duran-Wood, Gilroy, and
If I
Mr.
could-
Deputy
yes.
Speaker, Councillor Allard.
Thank you.
The vote, Mr. Acting Speaker, yeas 12, nays 3.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, I believe we're on the bylaws now. Councillor Lukes. Councillor Lukes, bylaws? There's no bylaws today? Okay, we'll get right into question period then. Any questions for the chair? Councillor Gilroy, followed by Councillor Duncan. Councillor Gilroy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess my question, I'm a little concerned over the seminar thing. So I guess my question would be is we asked the community to, like, they were supposed to provide their input and we were going to come back with some changes. And I know that we usually have changes in terms of our summer scheduling and stuff like that, but I think there is an expectation that there's going to be a report that comes back that the community can review and see. And so I guess I'm concerned that we're not doing this work. I was wondering if maybe the chair could give me some input on that, because I want to make sure I'm informing correctly to the residents what we are doing.
Thank you. The response, Councillor Lukes?
Okay, so for transit has changes 4 times a year to the scheduling. Then that's when the reports, the formal reports, come forward on changes to any feedback, changes, modifications that transit makes. So we get reports 4 times a year to prepare for the upcoming schedule change. What I would say to people that want more information out of transit, send them an email. We meet monthly on transit, as you know. If you want pie charts and graphs and things like that, tell them that's what you want, and they'll come to our meeting. The last meeting we had was incredible. They brought screenshots of the software scheduling system that was great. It showed us the heavy usage on certain routes, the lighter usage on other routes. Like, these meetings are great, I think, but if there's specific things that you want them to have at these meetings, tell them. If you want charts and pictures like we got out of the downtown biz, well, I'm sure they can make up some charts and pictures if that would help people. But tell them what you want. We meet once a month. We have really good, robust discussions. We have the EAs there who we know are on the front lines of all these calls. I don't know what more we can do. So tell them what you want and they'll come forward.
Thank you. Councillor Gilroy, second question.
So, like, when we told the public that we were going to come back in a year with the review, like, I know that we've made, and I have gone to those meetings, some of them are good, some of them aren't, but I know that we have made some changes, some tweaks, but I think the community thought that they had a year to look at this, that there was going to be a report that's going to come back to the community. Not just the normal shifts and changes and the tweaks and stuff, but there was going to be a report. So is there going to be a formal report that's going to come back to the community, not the kind of the summer scheduling changes and stuff that we're seeing, but a formal report with the overall change in what we're seeing? And should we be, because we were collecting data through 311 on that, is there going to be a report on all of that?
Well, I think that the reports that we're getting right now are reflecting significant changes from input that we're hearing from people. We've added nighttime schedules, we've added later nighttime schedules, we've changed routes, we've added buses. The one thing that they said was for route changes, they wouldn't be doing, but they did, but they said they wouldn't be doing route changes until they've seen a whole year of activity. So we will be seeing, I guess, route changes if they feel route changes are needed in a year or a year and a quarter. But, you know, it's interesting how people perceive things. This whole 30, 40K thing, the emails that I'm responding to, I have no idea where people are getting some of this information from. So I think it's prudent upon us, if you're not clear, talk to Transit, get them to type it out to you in an email so you've got it so you can read it to the residents. But every quarter we're getting reports with significant changes since we've implemented our bus network, and I expect more coming forward.
Final question.
So I guess it's still not clear. I think we had a year, we made changes.
The question, Councillor Gilroy.
Yeah, I really need to get an answer to this. So we had a year, we made changes. Like, is there going to be an actual report that comes back that is going to talk about how the community is feeling now versus a year ago, reflecting the changes, but an actual something coming forward to the community? I think we committed and we promised them that.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes.
Yeah, well, maybe we both need to talk about this offline. There will be a report in 1 year's time, and it will have more changes. Every quarter, reports come forward with changes. So we can summarize them maybe and put it all into one report. But I'll talk to the councillor offline just to make sure we're on the same page.
Councillor Duncan, followed by Councillor Chambers.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Not a huge topic around town, but I figured I'd ask about default speed limits. Who ultimately, I know that Standing Policy Committee on Public Works is about to discuss this, but who ultimately makes the decision on the change of a default speed limit in the city of Winnipeg?
Thank you. Councillor Lukes.
And this was actually printed in the Free Press also. It was quoted by Minister Naylor, the Minister of Transportation. Ultimately, on default speed limits, the province of Manitoba makes the decision, not the city. We have the option to do individual roads if we sign them, if we have a speed change on the individual roads, because the default right now is 50. If we're doing a 30K road, we have to put signs up at the decision points. So we can do that on individual roads. But as Minister Naylor, who's quoted in the paper, said, the province is the one that decides on default. Sure, we could say we're going to do 40 kilometers throughout the city if we all voted on that, but we would have to sign every single intersection. We'd have to put millions of signs out. I think the department said it would run around $10 million. We're not going to do that. We're asking the province Can we do a default of 40K? So ultimately, it's up to them. And then if the province says, yes, we can do a default of 40K, then we have to have a debate and a vote. Do we want to leave it at 50K? Do we want 40? Maybe we want 30. That will be a very lively discussion. But we're nowhere near that yet. We're waiting to hear back. Well, we want to send an official letter. We're going to ask at Public Works if we can do that at the committee. Then we send the official request in if that passes, and then the province decides on the default.
Thank you. Second question, Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So if we do have some folks from certain advocacy groups coming down to demand that the speed limit in the city of Winnipeg be changed to 40, would they be effective in that, or should they direct their attention, once the committee has voted, to the province of Manitoba and demand that they change and open that legislation up?
I would encourage them to be asking the province, to be asking their MLAs, or I don't really think they have as open a system as we do, where they can come forward and present. But if people are passionate about that, ask the province to support it. We are asking the province, so we don't have the decision. We have to wait until the province decides.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers, followed by Councillor Wyatt, then Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to the Chair of Public Works. Residents in my ward have been strongly advocating for more resources in terms of the FX2 and the 676 bus that runs in River Park South and the FX2 at St. Vital Centre. Early morning for kids to go to school, and end of the day when families are returning home from school and from work. Buses are often overcrowded, multiple pass-ups, et cetera, et cetera. I know that in sitting on Public Works Standing Policy Committee, there is plans to increase the frequency of the 676, but what about the FX2 that doesn't go far enough into South St. Vital to remediate some of the concerns that residents are raising? If the chair has a response to that?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes.
Yes, I was very pleased to see in the report that the 676 will be getting more frequency, more buses. As for the FX2, this is a perfect example of when the 1 year has passed, the department, I believe, will be coming forward with some route changes. And I truly believe, because when I was a councillor for the end of St. Mary's there, the number of apartments and the density that we put in, that I did, that you did put in, merits the FX2 extended out. So this would be a route change, and I'm optimistic this will come forward. So encourage your residents to continue giving feedback. I think the department knows that. I think one of the dramas is where's the bus going to turn around? But this is something that they are looking at.
Thank you. Second question.
Yes, and to your point, through you, Madam Speaker, to the chair, the density that's been created along the St. Mary's Road, along the Red River, there currently are 2 high-rise apartments, 8 stories and 6 stories going up. Progressive Realty further south on St. Mary's Road continues to add new units. There's a 3rd building going up at Britannica and St. Mary's Road that will add even more density. So along the way, in approving these developments, it has been under the thought and assumption that this is a transit corridor, and accordingly, in terms of parking ratios, it would be lowered because,
Question, please.
it's thought that more and more people would rely on transit. So again, recognizing that the need is there for the FX2 to go further down St. Mary's Road, will the chair of the committee help advocate for that change?
Absolutely, and I think the big change is where does the bus turn around? So they will probably come forward with a recommendation, maybe a request for some funding to do a turnaround spot, but 100% I agree and I hear you on that.
Final question.
It had been determined that there was some property at Van Hall,
Question, please.
yes, Van Hall Road, that there would be a turnaround there, or there's property there. Can Transit, can they still consider utilizing that as their turnaround?
Yeah, they had that on hold exactly for that for a while, so I know that they're considering that, and I know you're taking it to Transit, as am I. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Eady.
Madam Speaker, through your chair, the previous two governments ago agreed to 50-50 transit funding. Policy government comes in, abandons the 50-50 transit funding. I think we don't have it still. What is your position on that, and what are your thoughts?
I need to be politically correct on my response. I have very strong thoughts on that. I was really surprised that the province came out with their to net zero climate report, and I searched it and transit was not even included in it. So I don't know, I do recall when he was the current premier, when he was the leader of the opposition and members of his party advocating hard and long to get the 50-50 transit back. I've not heard a word since.
And when we were selected many years ago, and you recall this, Councillor Lukes, we had a program or a policy where the Public Works Department once a year would reach out to every member of council, sit down and look at your future roads program, local roads especially, just to get input from the councillors. It was not like it made a difference because there's so many roads.
Doesn't sound like a question.
Are you in favor of bringing that policy back? And I think I've heard you say positively in the past.
Well, you know, I will say what the Public Works Department is doing now is they've purchased a new type of software that uses AI. They drive over the roads, they compile the data, and they're actually using a more scientific approach to determining what roads need repair. So in a ward, let's just pick Councillor Gilroy's because I drive through it frequently, and many, many roads are in state of disrepair. I could see that if if the department said, look, we want this road done, and Councillor Gilroy said, we want this road done, if they're in the same condition, speak to the councillor and listen to the councillor. But if they're not in the same condition, then I really would lean to with what the Public Works Department has in using this technology. Because if a road is in more need of a repair than, say, one that, say, Councillor Gilroy wanted, then I think that the department should do the road that is in more need of repair. So they do have a much more scientific way. Before it was just visual, but I'm really keen on this software that they're using that they're going to be purchasing permanently.
That concludes question period under this committee. Councillor Eady moves extension of 5 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Okay, I think it's carried. Okay. Got to speak louder. Councillor Wyatt, one more question.
Third question. I know we've tried in this term to get a policy through as well through Public Works of speaking to speed limits. The idea that when we come in and we do a local street renewal, that's when we should also do by design. In other words, you drive slower if the road's designed a certain way, and that we could actually kill two birds with one stone, so to speak, if we design the roads so that they would drive slower, and we don't have to then post it or sign it. People just drive slower and it'd be safer. Where's that at, Councillor Lukes?
Well, interestingly enough, when roads are being redone around schools, that actually is happening. They're doing bulb outs around schools, and it is part of their policy. In regards to other roads, that's not yet part of the policy.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Eady, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to preface, many of the routes that we have on the primary network, FX2, for example, is Main Street and St. Mary's Road. And there's a number of issues because whatever you do at one end, it's going to have an effect on what will they do on the other end, Madam Speaker. And so I have this great concern that we extend the FX2 down, and I just have one simple request on Main Street, which has seen a huge reduction of transit service on it. It's probably the most main route that has had the most reduction in bus service along it. And so I don't know if you can, but I only have one request, which is for it to make northbound one more stop and southbound one more stop. But in analyzing and going forward in the after the annual report comes, I'm wondering if the chairperson can assure me that they're going to consider factual evidence along the whole route, not just at one end.
Yeah, actually, I can assure you that the department will consider that input and will seriously consider it and look at the big picture. I do want to bring it back to also a question Councillor Wyatt asked about funding for transit. If we had more funding to operate our transit network, it would work even better. It would work in a much higher, much more responsive method. But funding is a challenge. Operating funding is a challenge. I went and toured the transit department, the Fort Rouge Yards the other day, and I encourage you all to go. It's just incredible what's going on there with the hydrogen plant that's going in. But a lot of investment from the feds and the province in capital, but it's the operating is where we're really feeling the pain.
Thank you. Next question.
Second question, just to clarify, when they're looking at changes, will they be looking at changing the distance between stops on frequent transit network, or will they just simply be looking at changing or moving bus stops from one place to another?
I honestly believe that they're looking at it all. Like, I honestly believe that they may change distance on transit stops, on frequent or primary. I really believe that they are looking at all this input and considering it. So I can't speak for them, but I truly believe, and I really encourage you to reach out to them anytime you want, to any councillor, to reach out to them. They're so receptive. It's a different era than it used to be under a previous regime.
Oh, please. Had to get that in, eh? Okay, next speaker. Seeing none, that concludes question period under that committee. Next is no, she's declined. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development. Councillor Berwani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce the report of December 10th and move reports 1 and 2.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. We'll now move into question period.
Second report, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to move the report of February 6th, 2026, and move report 1.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Question period under this committee. Any questions? Councillor Mays.
Thank you, and I discussed this matter briefly with Councillor Berwani. Tempted to make another Moody Blues reference, which is why do we never get an answer when we're knocking at the door? But I will rely on Councillor Berwani to give me an answer to this one, which is, we've heard a lot about Chief Peguis, and there was a cost-benefit study done. I don't know, it didn't come to council, but it was a cost-benefit study done of the benefits of unlocking precincts A, B, and I believe D, which are up in the north part of the city near Chief Peguis. I wonder if Councillor Berwani would sit down with me and the very able Matt Dryborough and his staff, and we can take a look at possible cost benefit for expanding Ward Avenue, unlocking more of Precinct K. The Bonavista part of that is done, but Qualico is knocking on our door trying to expand it more. I don't even think we need city money necessarily to expand this road. We have money in the bank from the developers. We just need to get going on it. And that opportunity may be coming soon with Qualico coming forward to community committee. So partly in benefit of Councillor Ellard's ward, partly mine, the way this road bends around. But I wonder if Councillor Berwani could sit down with Mr. Dryborough and myself and frankly, it's just frustrating to be told, oh, that suburban area you represent, that suburban sprawl, costly. Unlike this wonderful bit over here by Chief Peguis, which is we're going to unlock and the benefits will flow and it'll be a wonderful benefit to the city. I'm not sure there's that much difference here. So I think in an effort to keep pushing forward on this Ward Avenue, widening, twinning, and again, we have money in the bank already from the developers. Would Councillor Bawadi sit down with the very capable Mr. Dryburgh and myself?
Thank you. The response, Councillor Bawadi?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Mays. Certainly, we can try to get some of those answers for him, have a sit down. It is also, prioritization within the Planning, Property and Development Department, so it might be appropriate to loop in Councillor Duncan as well.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Mays?
Sure, happy to loop in Councillor Duncan. I don't remember us voting for a cost-benefit study on, I do on Kennison, but not on Chief Peguis, and that report never came here, so I'm not sure where that originated from, but happy to have Councillor Duncan involved. So, yeah, if Councillor Brawadi is probably familiar, the Ward Avenue project is a number of different parts. We're just looking here at the first part, the Lage to Evelyn Reese segment. So, not sure if, but yeah, if he's willing to sit down with maybe Councillor Allard there as well, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Brawadi?
Again, through you to Councillor Mays, I thank him for the additional information there.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Yes, would Councillor Bawadi be able to get information for members of council, forward to all members of council pertaining to the full cost related to, I use on a full cost accounting basis, namely everything that's required for a capital project. I'm talking consulting reports leading up, the so-called soft costs, finance and administration costs. Pertaining to two capital projects, number one, would you be prepared to provide us, now that it's complete, I believe, as well, the remediation, the preparation, the actual work, and the remediation after, to get all the costs in terms of the demolition of Happy Land Pool?
Thank you. The response, Mr. Chair?
I haven't personally seen those numbers, but willing to endeavor to get them.
Thank you. Second question.
And further along the same lines, the same full cost accounting, soft costs, hard costs, before, after, in terms of the reopening that occurred recently with regards to Portage and Main.
Thank you. Councillor Brawadi?
Thank you. I mean, that was a larger project, and I believe that one was quite openly tendered and through administrative reports to this point. If there was any variances to the original budget, I mean, that would come up through normally in the capital closeout process, but if Councillor Wyatt would like to see that information sooner, I can see if it's available to us.
And I just want to make sure the soft costs are getting covered, like finance administration and consultants. The other part was the deferred work pertaining to Portage and Main, anything regarding on surface or underground, that's apparently been deferred until post 2026. If there's any late estimates, or just to even supply what the estimates you have right now, unless there's been updated estimates that have been going on the interim.
Thank you. Councillor Brawadi?
Again, these aren't really reports that have been coming to the Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development. I appreciate it as an economic powerhouse to connect our downtown through the underground concourse system, and very important there. That said, I believe there are reports going to another committee of council with updates on the Portage and Main Circus. I don't remember the timing on that, but I believe there is still something forthcoming.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Rollins.
Will the chair commit to placing on his finance agenda a look-see into the revenue losses that we're seeing from transit, and requesting that the CFO, along with the incredible mind that is Laurie Fisher in transit, put together a plan similar to the plan that was devised following the pandemic that the Finance Committee saw month after month, because we know the losses are akin to the pandemic. And will the Finance Chair commit to putting an item on the agenda of the Finance Committee with respect to the revenue losses that Transit's experiencing and a plan of action on what to do about that revenue.
Thank you. Councillor Berwani?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Rollins. I'd like to thank her for that question. We actually have. We're so proactive at the Finance Committee. We have proactively asked, even though it's not a $25 million plus project that would automatically come for quarterly reporting to the committee, we have asked the department to come forward with an update on fares and revenues, fare products, and the whole move to a new fare box system to help address, in large part, some of the fare losses. We did, I believe we did ask to get some idea as to the level of fare losses we expect because of the current failures of the technology for PEGO and for the current fare system, as well as, people boarding buses without paying. I do recall, I heard Public Works Chair Luke's comment in the media that we have had inspectors at a lot of stops starting to deal with fare evaders, and it's my personal hope that work continues.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. Fare evasion is one thing. Revenue losses due to the inability of and people moving away from the bus, like the
Question,
Downtown
please.
Biz report demonstrated, Madam Speaker, is another. Will the context of can the Finance Chair confirm that the context that was already motioned will include, for instance, data on the record and the data in context with the revenue losses?
Thank you. Councillor Berwani?
To this point, that's not information that our committee sought out. I'm not sure if Councillor Lukes has, I believe there's quarterly reporting to Public Works on related matters, but if it's something that the Finance Committee should look at, I am open to that, but without trying to duplicate what maybe is going on at Public Works. I think it was always expected that this is a generational change to the transit system. We've gone from a hub and spoke model where everything came to the downtown to a more grid system. For my entire life, it was easier to get to downtown or Polo Park on the bus than it is to our regional shopping center, Kildonan Place. Now there are multiple ways to get from different parts of North Kildonan to Kildonan Place, the area's regional shopping mall. So again, it's a big change. People are still getting used to it. It is a very good system, I believe, even if certain trips have been made more difficult. But again, in terms of revenue loss because of this change, we'll certainly, again, I believe that is going to Public Works Committee. If not, we can make sure it comes to one of us.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Mayor.
This is good. I'll decline. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Mays.
I was surprised at the council seminar yesterday to be told that the St. James Civic Centre expansion, upgrade, modernization is not considered a major capital project, and that may just be a sequencing thing, but of course we've run into that at some other projects too, where if you divide it up into enough parts, then it doesn't hit the threshold. Certainly that project is somewhere between 20 and 30 million, and I'll rely on Lisa Pablo to get us the exact number, but I wonder if Councillor Berwani would be willing to sit down with Tracy Graham, our very capable CFO, and myself. It's an ISIP project. It's a major project. I don't think it's done yet, so I'm just surprised that is not defined as a major capital project, being quite a bit north of 20 million. I'm not sure if you've got the exact number. I'll be heavily impressed if you do, but anyway, if you could be willing to follow up with myself and the CFO.
Thank you. Councillor Berwani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Mays. Yeah, we can certainly, the CFO is very supportive in providing information for members of council, and we'll endeavor to get that.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll just a new round of questions. Councillor Brody, if you recall, we met prior to the last budget pertaining to the Winnipeg Food Council and the request for an increase in funding. It's since come to my attention that Winnipeg City Council is actually in violation of its own policy. That the terms of reference as outlined by Winnipeg City Council clearly states that the Winnipeg Food Council will operate with a budget equal to that of other committees working with cross-jurisdictional, cross-departmental issues impacting all citizens, and in brackets, namely, the Human Rights Committee of Council and the Committee for Safety. I repeat, they will operate with a budget equal to that.
Question, please.
It's my knowledge that I understand that the budget for the safety committee has gone from, in the last budget, from from approximately 60,000 to 84,000. The request of our committee was to get our budget up slightly from 16,800 to a higher number, which we had discussed. We weren't even close to what these other committees are funding. Are you aware that the council passed a budget and has not upheld council policy in terms of our own policy established by council?
Thank you. Councillor Brawani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Councillor Wyatt. My understanding is the funding for the Food Council is consistent with the 2026 budget update.
That was not an answer to my question, with all due respect, Madam Chair.
Councillor Wyatt, right into it.
I'll ask the question again. Are you aware that the policy of this council, the policy right now with regards to terms of reference, is that we will operate with a budget equal to that of the other committees? And right now, for example, the safety committee is at 84,000 and the food council is at 16,800. In your mind, is that equal to the two committees based on the council policy that is stated in the terms of reference approved by this council?
Councillor Brawani.
The funding available for the Food Council for 2026 is consistent with the 2026 council adopted budget.
So it's fair to
Thank you.
one
Councillor
last
Wyatt.
question. It's fair to say then the council adopted budget is in violation of council policy.
Thank you. Councillor Brawani.
Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor Wyatt. Council is supreme.
Thank you. That concludes questions under this committee. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. Chair, Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce the report and move adoption of items 1, 3, and 4, pulling item number 2.
I'll call the question on 1, 3, and 4. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Madam Clerk, item 2.
Item number 2, requirements for demolition permits.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan to introduce the item.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to pull this item today, Madam Speaker, because it is of importance not only to the city as a whole when it comes to development opportunities and to clear properties that are subject to development, but also to specific areas of the city that are facing challenges when it comes to burnt out and derelict buildings. I'll keep this at as high level and focused on what this actually means. First, it's important to understand the distinction in our systems. A development permit deals with how land is used and whether it aligns with zoning. A building permit deals with how something is built or demolished and whether it is done safely under the provincial building code. A demolition permit falls under the building permit category, and that's about safety, Madam Speaker. One question of eliminating demolition permits. The Public Service does not recommend that. Demolitions are active construction sites. They often involve asbestos, tight lot lines, and live utility connections. The permit ensures a licensed contractor is doing the work, utilities are properly disconnected, and the site is left safe and level. Where the proposed change comes in is around demolition variances. Right now, if someone wants to demolish a residential home and does not have redevelopment plans, they must apply for a demolition variance. Historically, that was to prevent long-term vacant lots and protect housing supply, but that process is not working anymore. The Public Service is recommending we remove the extra step, and in doing so, we would allow demolitions to proceed directly to a demolition permit, cutting the red tape and helping us deal more quickly with unsafe, derelict, fire-damaged properties. It also reduces staff workloads and ensures permits can be issued within, and I want to emphasize this, a 10-day service standard. But most importantly, it cleans up disproportionately affected neighborhoods. This could mean more vacant residential lots, yes, but it could open up opportunity for investment and redevelopment of affordable neighborhoods for young people and families. Keep in mind, to address site conditions, existing bylaws do exist, Madam Speaker. They require the sites to be left graded and free of debris. The neighborhood livability bylaw continues to require maintenance of weeds and vegetation. So in summary, we maintain safety oversight through demolition permits. We streamline the process by eliminating a step of red tape. We prioritize neighborhood livability by promoting the demolition and cleanup of burnt-out and derelict structures. And we take the process of attaining a demo permit down to 10 days. At its core, it's about balancing neighborhood stability with the need to more quickly remove unsafe structures while keeping public safety and infrastructure protections intact. I'd like to thank my fellow Standing Policy Committee members. I'd like to thank Councillor Wyatt for pushing this forward along with me at the Standing Policy Committee. I'd like to thank Councillor Gilroy for always prioritizing this at Council, and the other councillors who have supported this, and I'd ask for their continued support with this motion to help clean up Winnipeg.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Gilroy.
I'm wondering if the chair can maybe clarify in his closing comments. I do have some questions regarding this, so maybe if he can clarify this in the closing comments, because we've done a lot of work around this already, so I'm trying to figure out what's kind of different than what we already have in place. So I am hoping that we can still have the authority to tear down a building with the director. That's really, really critical. And I know that there's asbestos, but we also have buildings that, that should be torn down right now, and they're not. So even in the summer when we can actually do the work. So I have concerns over that. So maybe in his closing comments, he can comment on that. And then also too, I guess I have a concern. If we're doing this all over the city, this is an issue here in Daniel McIntyre, in William White, but where we don't have an issue, where I don't want us to have the ability to tear down without a plan to be rebuilt, is places like Tuxedo and those other communities. So maybe if he can talk about that a little bit, because I don't know if we should be doing this citywide, so I just want some clarity on some of that before I decide, because we already have the authority to do some of this stuff, so I'm just needing to understand kind of what is new, if he doesn't mind sharing that in his closing comments.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Duncan to close.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I mean, there's different scenarios where a building is being, as Councillor Gilroy had stated, torn down. And I mean, the fire has a authority to pull down a building after a fire if the structure is deemed unsafe. The City of Winnipeg is working towards the vacancy to vitality, where we would be able to take properties via taxation. But this particular report deals with having a vacant, derelict, burnt-out property that otherwise would need a development permit to receive a demo permit. That step is being eliminated. This isn't by a focus of ward to ward. This is more about making the process easier for those that are met with the roadblock of, no, first we need to know what's going to be built here. As I said in my remarks, historically, Madam Speaker, the concern was about having this toothless grin effect where you have empty lots that are potentially being used as surface lots. We have bylaws in place to prevent that. So this is now about cleaning up the neighborhoods, one of which Councillor Gilroy spoke of in her ward, and ensuring that it is easy as possible to remove the debris from those lots.
Thank you. I'll call the question on the item. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. We'll now get into bylaws under this committee. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the following bylaws to be read a first time. Bylaws number 120, 2025, 17, 2026, 23, 2026, 25, 2026, and 26, 2026.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Noted. Thank you. Now on to bylaws for second and third readings. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move that the following bylaws be read a second time. Bylaw number 79 of 2025, 100 of 2025, 101, 2025.
All in favor?
Bylaw number 79 of 2025, bylaw number 100 of 2025, bylaw number 101 of 2025.
Thank you. I'd like to move.
Just one moment. Just want to go back to the clerk reading the first set of bylaws. We missed that. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Bylaw number 120 of 2025, bylaw number 17 of 2026, bylaw number 23 of 2026, bylaw number 25 of 2026, and bylaw number 26 of 2026.
Thank you. Now I'll call the question, or I suppose Councillor Duncan read the second and third readings once again, please. Thank you. Councillor Duncan, the second and third readings once again, please.
Sure, no problem. I'll move that the following bylaws be read a second time, that being bylaw number 79 of 2025, 100 of 2025, and 101 of 2025.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 79 of 2025, bylaw number 100 of 2025, bylaw number 101 of 2025.
I'll move that the bylaws numbered 79, 2025, 100, 2025, 100, 2025, and 101, 2025 be read a third time and ordered to be signed and sealed.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. I don't see that one.
That's the next set.
We are not yet, no.
Okay. Next section, Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I'll move that the following bylaws be read a first time, those being bylaw number 13, 2026, 27, 2026, and 28, 2026.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Noted. Thank you. Councillor, Madam Clerk.
Bylaw number 13 of 2026, bylaw number 27 of 2026, bylaw number 28 of 2026.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I'll move that the bylaws number 13, 2026, 27, 2026, and 28, 2026 be read a second time.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Noted.
Bylaws number 13 of 2026, 27 of 2026, and 28 of 2026.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I'll move that the Rule 50, parentheses 2 of the procedure bylaw, number 50, 2007, be suspended and the bylaws number 13, 2026, 27, 2026, and 28, 2026 be read a third time and the same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Noted. We'll have question period for the chair.
Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, Madam Speaker, would the chair be prepared to provide to council since the start of the I guess the term or the administration, I don't know what you call it in terms of the director of P&D, all sole sourced contracts that have taken place out of that department that the director would no doubt have probably signed off on. I believe 75,000 is the amount or less that the director has authority. I'm not too sure on that, but whatever was sole sourced, names of the companies, their location, and what it was pertaining to, would that be possibly be supplied to members of council?
Thank you. The response?
I'm happy to discuss that with the CAO and get back to Councillor Wyatt. Our Chair of Finance is indicating this might already be reported.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
There were some comments made by Councillor Duncan about, I'll paraphrase, rogue parking lots, surface parking lots appearing on empty lots. It does remind me, it has been some years since we had any update on the Friends of Upper Fort Garry file and the long-running issue there with the surface parking lot that I believe was never approved and which had some extensions and which has expired, I believe, not even in this decade, I believe, pre-COVID. I may be exaggerating that a bit, though. I wonder if Councillor Duncan could, in due course, get back to us. Land would be a good site for housing, and it's been sitting there in non-compliant for some years, as far as I know, as far as this council's been advised.
Thank you. The response?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely. If I could be provided with the location, I will report back.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Chambers.
Asked and answered. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Speaker.
thank you. That concludes question period under this committee. Next is the Governance Committee of Council. We have a notice of motion that was moved by Councillor Mays and seconded by the Mayor to amend the procedure bylaw to allow the Chief Construction Officer to speak at Council, speak to questions regarding mega projects. This requires suspension of the rules, Councillor Mays,
Yes,
as it didn't go through the Governance Committee.
I'm advised by the clerk's style, I need to move waiver of Rule 5 in order that we can debate this. This one was laid over from last month to this month in order to line better up with the report referenced several hours ago, the Chief Construction Officer duty report. So I will move waiver of the rules under, waiver of Rule 5 so that we can debate this today.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Okay. Councillor Mays to introduce the item.
As I said some hours ago, this fits in well with the other report. This is, and I thank the Mayor for seconding it, this is a motion simply to have the Chief Construction Officer report to, councillors can request with 24 hours notice that the CCO be available at council to respond to questions from councillors. Why do we need this? Because the current plan that we passed some hours ago has the CCO available to EPC, has the CCO available to individual committees if the chair consents, but the chair, of course, will be a member of EPC. So in order to ensure access for councillors who are not on EPC, you need this little piece to sort of complete the access. The wording from the Mayor's platform, which I've quoted before, which I agree with, is that ask council to hire an expert chief construction officer to advise the mayor and council directly and publicly on infrastructure policy and construction sector issues. So directly and publicly means we've got to have some ability to ask those questions in this forum. So hence the motion. My thanks to the mayor for supporting it. I think it sort of completes the circle here of the campaign pledge, the hiring of this individual, and I look forward to possibly asking some questions to Mr. Sparrow in the months to come if we have that mechanism, and I would encourage everyone to vote for this today.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Councillor Mays for this motion. I was glad to second it because, as the councillor pointed out, it really does capture the essence of what the intention was during the campaign. So, I do hope everyone supports this today.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Mays to close.
Let's go.
Okay. I'll call the question on the notice of motion. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. Okay. I'll now ask Councillor Lard. Heavy lifting today. Can you move the bylaws on my behalf, please?
I move that bylaw number 31, 2026 be read a first time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Sorry.
Bylaw number 31 of 2026.
I move that bylaw number 31, 2026 be read a second time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 31 of 2026.
I move that rule number 50, what do we call that? 50, appendices? Appendices 2 of the procedure bylaw, sorry, pardon my French, number 50, 2007, be suspended, and bylaw number 31, 2026 be read a third time and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Okay, that's it. Thank you. That concludes that committee. I want to thank our CAO, Mr. Joseph Denford, for his support today and for helping us locate the correct map on that report earlier. We'll now move adjournment. Councillor Duncan moves adjournment. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. And please stay for roll call.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Huron Wood, Edie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, and Rollins.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.